Yep, we are both here. The warmest of welcomes, and I mean that in a literal sense, to Buriram on the eastern side of Thailand. It is round 1 of 6 of the Asian Road Racing Championships. We're coming to you from the Chang International Circuit. This will be the venue for the first and last rounds of this 6-event tournament. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell here. And Barry, it is great to be back once again. The ARC, though, has got a lot to live up to compared to last year's competitiveness in all 5 categories.
Less than 4 months ago, we had a very breathless afternoon in the commentary box, that's for sure, with such tightly fought championships in every single class. And it looks like it's going to be no different this year. TVS One Make is the opening race, and we've seen something really interesting here. We saw progress in this class as the bikes got faster and faster and the riders developed. Just a little quick review here of the Chang International Circuit. 12 turns, not too many gradient changes. There's one or two blind brows, the most dramatic of them coming from turn 3 to turn 4. But this circuit, which looks fairly simple, means something when you're going fast, believe me.
And the corner number 12, of course, is absolutely, well, memorable in more ways than one. So many titles have been decided there, including titles in 3 of the 5 categories that took place last season. There are 5 events coming your way today and tomorrow. We've got this TVS One Make, as you can see, sweltering heat, 36 degrees, and that is before you... that's up there in the stands. Trackside, it's even hotter. In those suits, it will be bubbling.
I tell you what, Des, yesterday afternoon I walked out on track at about 2 p.m, so peak hot time, and I could feel the heat seeping into my Alpine Star sneakers.
Wow, okay. TVS One Make gets us underway. Vorapong Malawan, the Thai, is the defending champion. He's also kind of the overlord and the master of this, a long relationship with the TVS make itself, both here and in India, of course, and he is the man to beat, but he will not be on pole position for today, which suggests that there may well be a little bit of a challenge to his authority, perhaps, Barry. We kept talking about it last year. In the end, he was relatively comfortable in the way he won the title, but a little bit of a challenge this year, particularly from the local Thai, Piawat Patumas, who will be on pole position for this opening race.
Yeah, Piawat, one of the newer generations as we look at the starting grid here.
Yeah, Muzakir Mohammed is a vastly experienced Malaysian alongside him, and then you've got Vorapong competing a very, very high grade first row of the grid.
And on the second row, it's led by Ramdan Rosli, a familiar face we'll talk about, to ARRC. Next to him, Dekitiano Aldi, who was excellent last year, and Fuga Tanaka, who had a good last couple of races.
Yeah, second and third respectively. Then the Indian contingent led by KY Ahmad in P7 alongside Kerwin Chang on the TVS for Philippines. And then you've got Tayo Saito, the young Japanese, completing the third row of the grid. And
the fourth row is led by Jagan Kumar, the veteran Indian. Arshad Rushdie next to him. We know he can go quicker than that. And Darren Tong Yoi, I beg his pardon. And on the last row, Deepak Ravikumar and Louis Abelard, the Indonesian.
Yeah, Louis Abelard is a newcomer to this. We've known of Deepak, and he's been riding the TVS for quite some time, both in this competition, which had its debut on the Asia Road Racing Championship last season. A nice competitive season, although I'd like to see somebody coming out of the pack perhaps and challenging Vorapong. But we've got bags of experience there. You mentioned Ramdan Rosli. He's gone up and down the various classes, but he's nearly always competitive without being able to get the results perhaps he deserves. Is this perhaps the year for Ramdan and even Muzakir Mohammed?
Yeah, he's raced in Europe as well. So Ramdan, hugely experienced, and he was one of 3 riders that beat Vorapong during free practice yesterday. He had a best time around here of 151.4, and that was behind Muzakir Mohammed, another newcomer to this class, and Piawat, the pole sitter. Piawat, let's just remind ourselves, was a Thai Honda rider who took pole position in November 2022 here at Chang International Circuit.
Nice fisheye view there of corner number 12, which is the iconic corner here. They've tried to make it safer if at all possible. It's a slightly wider runoff. That's also the place that you go into the pits, but so much action, particularly in tight races. These decide on the last corner of the last lap on corner number 12, and it can be phenomenally exciting and also vicious for both rider and spectator alike.
And indeed, as the starter holds the bikes.
Okay, when the red lights go on, that is the sign for us to be getting ready. First race of the championship is underway. It's a solid start for Pioa Patumyas, bike number 13. He got off to a decent start, but have a look at that. Vorapong Malawan, bike number 1. He says to everybody else, this is my championship. You've got to get the better of me right from the start.
Yeah, a lot of riders are superstitious about running the number 1 plate, but Vorapong is wearing it with pride, and he's got it away to a good start. He's not going to have this race all his own way, however. Let's look at the approach to turn 3.
Vorapong kept hinting last year that he might retire. We knew he wouldn't, of course. He's too competitive, but he brings an awful lot of panache to this tournament. He's just dropped down. Bike 4, Ramdan Rosli is the man who is just making a move on the outside. And Deki Tiano Aldi, the young Indonesian, second in last season. In the early stage, just a case of making sure you're in a good position, able to make a decent strike at the right time.
Yeah, Ramdan Rosli making his presence felt there on the number 10 machine. And going with him is Piawat, both threatening Vorapong, who's now in P2.
Hugo Tanaka also had a great end to the season. Bike number 3 is down in P6 at the moment. We don't worry too much at these early stages. You just don't want to be lagging too far behind, which is the case for the likes of Deepak Ravikumar and Arsyad Rusty. The Singaporean has been left a little bit. Arsyad had a couple of fine rides last season. Didn't quite get the results he wanted. P4 in the championship in the end.
Yeah, he did, but it's Ramdan Rosli in front at the moment.
Was.
As we come into turn 12, 4 abreast, of course.
And Vorapong it is who leads the way. P3 on the grid after qualification, led into the first corner, leads after the first lap. I think it is just a little statement he likes to make. Kerwin Chang has made a good move there, the young Filipino, bike number 8. He's the man tracking Vorapong at the moment.
Vorapong has some very clever lines around here. When they went up to turn 3 the first time, he looked as though he was going to get mugged by 2 or 3 other riders, but took a line round and he came out in front. Apparently effortless, but in fact very, very canny riding.
Yeah, this is another one where the line you take, you can either take a wide line and slingshot out of this hairpin at the end of the long straight, or you can take a tight one and risk going a little bit wide. But it is still Vorapong Malawan who leads the way. Ramdan Rosli is there, as is Musakir Mohammed. I reckon these are 2 very experienced Malaysian racers coming into the TVS. I think they could be in a position, if they are consistent, to shake things up just a little bit.
Yeah, and a shout for the Filipino rider that's just taken the lead there, Kerwin Heinz Chang. He was impressive. He came through qualifying 1A to go through to the second qualifying session this morning, and he looked very fast, very aggressive and confident, and he's just taken the lead from Vorapong.
And it's quite a healthy lead. Ramdan Rosli is the man who's gone alongside him, bike number 10. In the background there, Deki Tiano Aldi, who at one stage did seem as though he might have the measure of Vorapong last season, but fell away just a little bit, the young Indonesian. Be keen to see how he does, and also keen to see if Hugo Tanaka can build on last season's momentum where he finished the season so well. But once again, 5 abreast as they come into corner number 12. It's Ramdan Rosli who leads into the corner. 6 laps to go at the end of this, and it is the Malaysian Ramdan Rosli who leads from Philippines, Kerwin Cheng. Cheng gets the leap on him though. Deki Tiano has made a move as well, and Deki will go into second place as well. This is nice, Barry. This is a nice start.
Yes, it is, and Vorapong currently 4th, and he's got Musakir Mohammed just behind him. Musakir looked very fast all the way through yesterday and this morning.
As did Piawat. Piawat's in P6 as well, so you've got 6 very definitely competing at the top. And KY Ahmad from India and Jagan Kumar, they've got themselves attached to the back end of this group of 6. So Indian interest, which is very much the home for TVS, but Indian interest is being maintained on the racetrack as well.
Yeah, and looking towards the back of the field, I just wonder what kind of problem Fugo Tanaka has had.
Yes, he's dropped right the way off the back, hasn't he?
Definitely a contender, but not there now. I don't know whether it's mechanical trouble or whether he ran off track.
He's still going. It possibly is just a miscalculation as he went off the track, as we are midway through lap 2.5, lap number 3, as Ramdan Rosley in that familiar lime green and purple. Easy to see that helmet even when it gets a little bit murky here. He's in P2 at the moment. Who's leading the way? He does like to make, he makes a statement, Vorapong, doesn't he? It's got such a lovely smile, such an unassuming character off the track, big smiley, happy fella who says he's helping everybody and then goes and beats them on the circuit.
Yes, he does, yeah. Absolute charmer off the bike, and an absolute bruiser on it.
But it's Muzakir Mohammed who's taken the lead as KY Ahmad makes a move as well. So Muzakir makes his move. Ramdan Rosley alongside Vorapong and Pirwat. This is shaping up very nicely, thank you very much. I was worried this season, got to confess, Barry, that we wouldn't be as competitive this year as the ultra competitiveness that we got last year, and this is a nice healthy start to the season.
It's a really good mix of riders, isn't it? Because we've got these experienced ones like Muzakir, Ramdan and Pirwat. Pirwat really needs to put a good race together. We saw him quick in qualifying so many times in AP 250s. We didn't see him as often on the podium as we should have done, considering his quality. But at the front now is Muzakir. And he's being chased by Ramdan Rosley, two of the newcomers.
Muzakir has been racing at a top level for, as you can remember a couple of years ago, he won his first Cub pre-race in Malaysia after 10 years of trying. So he's a favourite there, he's a regular competitor, but to see him competing at the top end is terrific for him and those who backed him all the way through his career. Ramdan Rosley, similar as well, doesn't quite get the results perhaps he maybe feels he deserves, and it's Ramdan Rosley who has the lead. Tanaka, you mentioned him earlier, has not been able to make much headway. Now does Lewis Abelard on his debut. Abelard, perhaps we expected him to be struggling, but Tanaka, we did not.
Definitely not, especially after his last appearance here. So that is Ramdan Rosley at the front at the moment. Vorapong still staying with him. Pirwat, number 13, he's up as well alongside Muzakir as they come under braking. Dekitiano Aldi is running number 2.
With the white helmet of Vorapong Malawan, the defending champion, the Sifu of the TBS Asia Championship, is the man who is still leading the way. But Ramdan Rosley and Pirwat and Muzakir, this is going to be, tell you what, these guys can stay on the bike if they're lucky with the bike selection that they get. Everyone's on the same bike. You can fiddle a little bit, but the engineers aren't able to really tweak things to how you really want it to be. So it's very much down to rider ability, this competition.
Yeah, I was just watching Muzakir come up the back straight there, and he was about 5 bikes back at the beginning, and he led them into turn 3.
Which is a nice way to have, but I think the thing you need to do is just make sure you come out of corner number 12 in a good position, and you've got that rapid acceleration to take you to the very short space to the finishing line, but you've got to be in contention first. This is Pirwat, who was fastest in qualification, leads the way. Kerwin Cheng has stayed right alongside everybody. So we've got the Philippines, we've got Malaysia, we've got Thailand, we've got Dekitiano, Indonesia, all represented in the top ranks. But Pirwat's looking like he's just trying to accelerate away from the rest, which is difficult to do, and it's only Muzakir Mohammed who's gone with him, Barry Russell.
Yeah, Muzakir has seen what Pirwat's trying to do, and he was quick enough to get onto it. Just behind them, Kerwin Chang. I'd really like to see more of this rider, Kerwin.
These two have made a break, and Muzakir just takes the inside line. So it'll be Muzakir who has the lead. Now you wonder whether these two are cute enough to actually say, hey, let's work together here until one last lap. Let's try and keep a second distance or so between us and the rest. What is the differential? The differential is indeed a second between these front two and Kerwin Cheng in P3. And that is a big difference. But with 3 laps to go, maybe not.
Yeah, the chasing group need to work together as well. So if they've got Kerwin or Ramdan Rosley at the front, they need to support him and bring that rumbling peloton.
Saw 2 very different lines taken to by the 2 front men, which suggests that they are not in league with each other at the moment, and that's allowed Vorapang Malawan immediately just to close the gap a little bit as they go out into the country, round the long hairpin. That's corner number 3 and back down the long straight, and this is the technical part of the course, and this is probably one of the corners that really takes you most by surprise. It's a little bit sharper, a little bit deeper than you think it's going to be.
Yep, and these bikes are taking it almost flat out. Foot down there from the leader.
Piawat and Muzakir. Vorapong has been able to close that gap, but Vorapong was the only one of the chasing peloton, Barry, who recognises the danger, and I'd trust Vorapong to take the temperature of any race situation ahead of anybody else. Bike number 5, a warning for excessive track limits. Bike number 5 is Arshad Rusty, Singaporean, who's down in P11 at the moment.
Yep, obviously working hard. He was much quicker last time out here at Chang International. Now we've got an intriguing battle at the front and an intriguing pursuit by the defending champion, Vorapong Malawan.
Piawat leads the way, leans into that deep right-hander. This is corner number 12. Once they go over the start-finish line, there are 2 laps to go. The difference between Muzakir and P2 and Vorapong is just half a second, and then 1.7 seconds. Oh, Ramdan Rosley! Oh, there's a big, big shame for the Malaysian. Gosh, his bad luck seems to follow him, whatever class of race he has.
Yeah, that's terrible luck for Ramdan Rosley. He has been one of the pace setters through free practice yesterday.
Look who's the new race leader, Vorapong. He saw that these two were getting away. He was the one who responded from the peloton. He's the one who's been able to make a 1 second differential, and he's got himself back into front. Looks very much like the podium will be between these 3.
Yeah, his line through turn 3 is just beautiful. And I tell you what, Des, Jagan Kumar is up in the second group.
The veteran Indian in but there he is, just at the back with the white helmet. But it's Vorapong leading the way from Muzakir Mohammed. And behind them, Piawat. Stifling heat out there in Buram. But I suppose at this stage it's all focus for the riders, but you worry about how much fluids they're losing out there.
Well, they're losing a lot, even in an 8-lap race.
Second man out is Arshad Rusty.
Yeah, disappointing for him. He lives to ride again tomorrow.
So for Arshad a problem, for Ramdan Rosley a problem, but out on the track for Vorapang Malawan, well, his problem is the man right behind him, Muzakir Mohammed. As they come into corner number 12, and Muzakir has got the lead on him there, slams down on the brake, and that is potentially a rehearsal for how this race will end. And you can see that Muzakir wants that inside track, leaves the braking late and then goes through. Muzakir leads coming into the final lap. These 3 with Piawat Patunyas right behind them are very, very much looking to make this a great start to the season.
Yeah, the TVS One Make Championship really is putting on a good show now, and you wouldn't want to put a bet on any one of these. But here he goes again,
yes,
on the approach to turn 3.
You'd back Vorapang 9 times out of 10, surely.
I'm trying not to be biased here, Des, he's a mate.
But his experience, the fact that he won, how many races was it last year? He won the title by a country mile, won 4 races. Although, to be fair, he was beaten into second place on 3 occasions and third place once. So it's not like he's unbeatable as the man, Muzakir Mohammed.
Nicely slipstreamed there as they went over the brow into turn 4.
Inside line there from Piawat, and Vorapong drops down to P3. And Muzakir has shown his way, as then Piawat is taken on the inside by Vorapong Malawan. But Muzakir has made a bit of a break here. And Muzakir Mohammed has got himself a 20-meter or so lead ahead of Vorapong and Piawat. That's great movement by the Malaysian.
Yeah, now will Vorapong be held up by Piawat? Seemingly not. He's really making a push for it now, but it could be too late. Could it?
Oh, what a movement there. Muzakir, something's gone. Something has gone with Muzakir. His race is nearly done. Can he get his way through to the line? This is the race for the win, though. Vorapong, bike number 1. Vorapong Malawan, the master, the Sifu. He leads the way. Vorapong has the win, ahead of Piawat in P2. Muzakir, oh, what a desperate end for Muzakir. Saito comes into P3 ahead of Kerwin Chang. Muzakir gets himself P5 ahead of KY Ahmed and Jagan Kumar. Really, really tough on Muzakir, but yep, the maestro does it again, Barry Russell.
Look at the celebration there. He gave Piawat absolutely no chance at all as they went into turn 12 under braking. He made sure it was clean, but he made sure Piawat was too wide and just couldn't get near him. There was no way Vorapong was going to leave that. His racecraft is just superb. So watch and learn, TVS racers. Brilliant. So he deserves, he always has a good celebration, but he's really earned this one because that is arguably the hardest he's had to work.
And is that Muzakir?
Yeah, that's Muzakir. So disappointing for him. He was getting swallowed up as he was trying to putter along to the line. I think he ended up in 5th.
Indeed. But the winner, Vorapong Malawan, it looked like he'd lost him midway through the race when he was a second down. He responded. Looked like he's lost it on the last lap when Muzakir broke free. He was the man who responded. Muzakir, love to know what happened to his engine, but it gave up. He just staggered over the line into P5. But yes, thank you very much. Another show from Vorapong Malawan. Win number 1 of the season, win number 5 in 9 attempts throughout the year.
And a perfect opening to his championship defence, indeed. And shout out, we didn't talk too much about him during the race, but Taiyo Saito came through that chasing group to finish 3rd.
Well, he was nowhere until the very end, so he clearly did a terrific last lap. So winner, Vorapong Malawan. Piawat Patumyas just beaten into P2 by Vorapong. Saito in 3. Kerwin Chang, well done in P4. Muzakir just staggers over in 5. KY Ahmed and Jagan Kumar, good race for the Indian pairing in 6 and 7. Deki Tiano Aldi, last year's run-up, has to be content with 8 points for P8 in race number 1. Dharampop on debut, a P9 for him, ahead of Deepak Ravikumar. Fugo Tanaka was able to pick up points for P11, but Abelard had difficult debut, and not finishing were Arsyad Rusty and Ramdan Rosli. So a really good way to start this season, but it's the usual end result. Vorapong is the man who we thought is under pressure and ends up taking the win.
A really gripping race, and the other thing we've seen from the TVS is that the speed of these bikes, the lap times, has surpassed those of the AP250s, which has been something we've been watching for a while. A few clouds there, Des.
It's heat, and well, yes, there hasn't been much rain over the last week. They've been testing here all week, and they've had a day's practice yesterday in the heat, but a little bit of rain would really complicate matters if it were to come today or tomorrow.
Yeah, we had a downpour on Thursday night, but a very short downpour. The temperature is about 2 degrees cooler today than it was, so it's a mere 36 degrees air temperature out there.
Yeah, the racers must love it. Daniel Bogas is our man that we've got down at the area for interviews, and we'll be hoping to get a chat with Vorapong once, if he ever stops celebrating. Good result for Piawat, terrific result for Saito. You're quite right, we barely mentioned him in the race because he was always in that chasing group, but he's timed that pretty well to come into P3, has bike number 12 just on the far side.
Yeah, it was a safe P3 too. almost a second ahead of Muzakia. Yeah, Kuan Chang, sorry.
Yeah. Muzakia by then was just hoping that he would be able to get over the line. Let's now throw down to Daniel to get some post-race reaction from this TVS One Make opening race of the season.
So we're down here at Park Fermi for the winner of race 1 with Vorapong Malawan. So Vorapong, what a fantastic start to your title defense. Hot conditions, but big battle. What do you say about the race?
This race is really hot. On the starting kit is super hot in today. In this weekend, I starting in the last yesterday. Yesterday is no good for practice. I cannot make doing the good lap time. But that today on the qualifying, I'm more confident with my bike because it's I can make a lap time by alone, and I hope in the race pace is enough for the make a constant with a big group today, and exactly I can make the winner the first season again. I is so very happy with this race.
Thank you so much, Vorapong, and good luck for race 2.
Highlights here from race number 1 of the season in the TVS One Make Championship. And Vorapong Malawan, bike number 1, was 3rd on the grid, but the defending champion was 1st into the first corner. And he was always going to be the story, Barry Russell. It was a case of whether or not anybody could take the story away from him.
Clearly a clever race all the way through. If you looked at his lines through the corners, they were inch perfect every time. I didn't see him make a mistake in the entire race. When he got overtaken, he always seemed to have a plan for the next corner to get it back. It was a beautiful ride by him against really stiff competition.
There really was stiff competition. We had it from Kuan Chang for a long time as the Filipino took the lead at some stages. We had from Ramdan Rosley until his bike gave out. We also had it from Muzakia Mohammed. So there is a real challenge to him. It's Ramdan Rosley who's leading the way there ahead of Kuan Chang, and this is early stages going into lap number 3. We're also seeing a bit of a challenge there from Deki Tiano Aldi, runner-up last year. So there's a whole host of names there to try to challenge Vorapong. And at one stage, Vorapong in the white helmet here is down in P6. Looks a little bit out of the action.
Yeah, he did, but he came back, and looking down this field, there were some riders just watching them in pre-practice that I think are going to develop well through the season. Although he didn't mention him much during the race, Darren Pop, Tong Yoi, the Thai rider, looks quite an aggressive rider, good racer. But there we're looking at Vorapong muscling his way ahead.
Muzakia holds his hand up. He's just lost the initiative there. Love to know what happened. Is it a mechanical fault? Did he run out of fuel? But coming into the final corner, Vorapong Malawan says, "This is my turf, everybody, and this is me leading the way." The defending champion takes the first win of the season, and he does it as usual in emphatic and entertaining style.
Yeah, that was something like a stiff left arm that he put out to stop Piawat coming through on that final turn. Brilliant. He had absolutely no chance of taking Vorapong.
They get the trolley to the podium, which is over on the opposite side of the main grandstand. So it's great for the spectators. They can get the view, but it's into the searing heat for all of the competitive, and those race suits will be pretty hot at the moment, I would imagine. But once they don the proper Dunlop caps, as they are all trained to do, we'll get this podium underway.
There's a lot of ice baths at the back of the pit garages you've probably seen here, Des.
Tempted to jump into one or two.
Absolutely.
Except for the cowards. Have you had an ice bath recently? Gosh.
No, I haven't. I'm resisting it. There go the trophies.
And the riders. So Sato, well, we didn't really mention Sato at all, did we?
He's one of these riders we'll see more of. And we missed Fugo Tanaka in that race. But there's some good depth in this field now.
I'm not sure you're meant to stand on the podium, Teo. The rainbow helmet.
That's literally a rookie mistake.
That is a rookie mistake, but let's
Bless
have
him.
the Thai national anthem. Big bow, very, very happy man. Vorapong Malawan, his title. He's the champion. He is Mr. TVS. And the prizes will be handed out by 3 different prize givers today. This is Chow Cham Chokchawat, the technical consultant of TVS Racing, handing it out. Thankfully, he's got off the podium to Taiko Saito.
Technical consultant of TVS Racing to present the prize to our
Second prize will be handed out by K. Sivanesan, the technical consultant for TVS Racing. Do a lot of work behind the scenes, these fellas. So it's good to see them getting a little bit of time in the sunlight. And that will be going to Piawat Patumyas, Thai,
the assistant manager of TVS Racing, to present the trophy.
and Kartikayan Vasudevan, the assistant manager of TVS Racing, will be handing out the main prize. He's done this before. He and Vorapong will have met on this podium in this situation many, many times. A big smile, familiar smile from Vorapong Malawan. And he has set the pace in the TVS one make.
Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause one more time for our TVS Asia One Make Championship winners.
Tayo again with another rookie mistake this time. That shows that he wasn't really expecting to get into the top 3, so what a great performance that is from Saito to get himself 16 points for P3.
Absolutely. Yeah, brilliant for him. Give him a hug, someone.
Yeah, fledgling season championship standings. Piawat leads the way on 25 points. 20 points for Piawat, 16 for Saito, 13 for Kerwin Chang for P4. Good result for the Filipino. Muzikir Mohammed could have been so much more than 11. KY Ahmad with 10, Jagan Kumar, the veteran, with 9, Deki Tiano Aldi with 8. That is the early championship leaderboard in the TVS one make. And that is the time for us to take our first little break. When we come back, we start the Underbone 150cc Championships. Always fun. Don't go too far away. You're watching the Asia Road Race Championship coming to you from Thailand in Buriram. We'll be back with you in just a couple of minutes' time. The Underbone 150cc Championship, it truly is a very uniquely Asian competition. Brings us thrills and spills from these unique Underbone machines. And in the 150cc Championship, you can almost virtually guarantee thrills and spills on the last corner. Bikes going 8, 10 abreast at some occasions. And Wayu Aji Trilaksana is the man who is leading the favourites, I think, to defend his title. But as usual, Barry Russell, it's going to be an immensely competitive competition.
Yeah, we saw a really good test and free practice day yesterday.
Let's look though at Super Bowl to see how things came up and who is going to be challenging for the title this season. Super Bowl happened earlier on today. And in the Super Bowl, well, familiar face there, Ahmed Fazli Sham, bike number 46, the 1XOX TKR racing team. And he set a decent time, a 2:04.214. As usual, I think we'd expect Ahmed Fazli Sham to be leading lap after lap, but whether or not he's able to actually convert that into a championship is a big ask for him, Barry.
Yeah, it is, but you can never rule him out. He is regarded so highly by everyone else. Here is the new teammate in 1XOX TKKR, Shafiq Rasul. He qualified well in Super Bowl.
Again, one of those who's come through the Capri Championship and is highly regarded in Capri. He got himself onto P4 in Super Bowl. And then you've got Izzat Zaidi. So Izzat Zaidi was, well, runner-up by a single point in last season's competition. So Izzat, bike number 98, here's the man who got himself into P3 at 2:03.828. So the man in blue with the red helmet, he's certainly going to be worth keeping a lookout for, as is, I know he's a favourite of yours, Wawanwelo.
Wawanwelo, yeah, went well all the way through yesterday. Ran very close with Nazrul Izzat. They seem to help each other to some good times in qualifying. But this rider, Hafiza Rofa.
Again, he's one of those who's come through Capri. He's been immensely successful in Capri, but to be able to translate the Capri and Malaysian domestic competition onto the international stage, it's a big ask. But Hafiza Rofa is the man who will be on pole. And you saw the applause he got at the end, so he will be on pole. It doesn't make that much of a difference in a long race, but certainly for your confidence and the knowledge you know you can put in a fast lap when it really matters, must do wonders for that confidence of Hafiza.
Yeah, and it's really good to isolate the rider and machine performance. And here is Chang International Circuit, 12 turns, reasonably flat with a couple of slight exceptions. Always an exciting racing venue, whether you're in Underbones or whether you're in MotoGP.
Okay, we can go down, I think, onto the searing hot track. Well, Daniel Bogas will be sweating his way through the races, and let's see what gems of wisdom he can elicit.
We're down here on the grid for the first race of the IDEMITSU FIM Asia Road Racing Championship Underbone 150 class. And now we're going to have a quick chat with all the riders. Once again, we're here at the beautiful Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand. So let's pan over to this side and talk to the man who was on a magnificent pole position. It's none other than Muhammad Hafiza Rofa. So we're going to have a quick word with him. So Hafiza, we had a chat earlier. It was a brilliant qualifying, brilliant Super Bowl for you and the team. It's been excellent. The weather's different from yesterday. How do you feel going in?
I just keep going for this race, and I do my job, I do my strategies, and I hope I can be on top 3 podium, and we try our best.
Is there a strategy with your teammates, to both of them being on the second row?
It will be secret for our team. We will see after the race.
All right, definitely. We can't wait to see that. So now we're going to head back to row 2 as well. It's going to be one of the Filipino riders in the shape and form of April King Mascardo. So you can see here, Shafiq Russell, Hafiz's teammate. They'll have a plan for sure, because we have Amafazi Sham as well, an experienced rider in this category. Let's have a quick word with April. So April, practice seemed to be a bit tough, but in qualifying and in Super Bowl, it came a lot better for you. You're starting on second row. How do you feel about this race now?
I will do my very best, and hopefully I end this race safe and focus. Yeah.
I know this will probably be the common question, and the common answer will be to win the championship. But besides winning, what is the mission and goal that you guys have set for yourself and the team?
Siyempre, I end this race and no crash, only.
Definitely. Can't wait to see it. Good luck to you, April. And now we're going to head back one more row to none other than the defending champion. It's YUIG Trilaksana. Number 60, that's very familiar. So, while you want to have a quick word, you're starting from not a terrible position, but it looks like it's a tougher grid. How do you feel about this season with all the new contestants?
Yeah, this season is so far so good, because 8th position is not bad. And then in the rest one, I will show all out,
The weather's a bit different. Do you think it's going to be different in regards to timing as well?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, YU. Good luck for the race. It's back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Now go get into the shade. You can get into the shade. The riders, though, cannot. Loving the fisheye view and the drone views that we're getting of the circuit. It's shows even there that it's just look how straight the shadows are. It looks scalding out there.
Yeah, it really is. And they're flying the drone backwards, which is good.
Right, Warren Wello, the Indonesian, who's been as part of the ARRC for best part of a decade now. Experienced campaigner. You don't write him off. On P2 at the moment at 202.508. Next to him is Zaidi, who was denied the title, Barry Russell, by a single point last season. 139 points, 3 wins, including race number 1 of the season in Buriram for Izzat Zaidi. How he'd love to get off to a similar start this season.
That was an incredible nail biter, wasn't it? Yeah, he would. And in a new team, Cardinals in new colours. Here's Shafiq Russell.
Yeah, Shafiq again, one of those who are competing both here and domestically in Malaysia. Ahmad Fazli Sham. There's him and his brother Ahmad Fazrul Sham, who's on P20 at the moment, but Fazli, bike number 46, he regularly leads through the early stages and mid stages of a race and then falls away and perhaps doesn't get the results that we think that he would really deserve. And then April King Mascardo, we had a chat with April King, P3.
Yep,
Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin in P7.
Yeah, Nazrul really fast, really good form. Expect podium at least from him.
Isam Iqmal, another of the young Malaysian racers. They are really making this their own SCK Honda racing team, but frustrating perhaps to be down in P9 on the Super Pole. And then alongside them, Haziq Hamdan for the Estremo Uzi Honda racing team. Again, a Malaysian coming in and trying to just transfer their work in the domestic championships onto the international stage. As is Shal Shazras next to him, and Akid Aziz. Malaysians absolutely dominating the grid here, Barry Russell.
Yes, they are, and I can see a Thai rider just behind them. But here's Akid Aziz. Let's stay with the Malaysian theme. 2018 champion Akid Aziz. He was in 250s last year. It's good to see him back in the underbones. We know he's capable of doing something special.
Yeah, he didn't look overly comfortable in 250s, did he? But there he is. He's on P12 on the 4th row of the grid. As the engineers and the pit crews are given the 3-minute warning, so they've just got to get themselves off the circuit into the nice, cool, air-conditioned garages that you can see at the top of the screen. Wonderful facilities at Buriram. Once again, year on year, they just seem to improve international quality. And it's great to have the ARRC starting and ending the campaign here once again.
It is, as the grid clears before the sighting lap, warm-up lap.
Other people to look out for, perhaps Murabil Vitoni down in P23, didn't have the best of qualification, but we saw Murabil certainly in the early stages of last season was up there or thereabouts. Giancarlo Maurizio from Philippines, he's down in P21. For Giancarlo, if I recall, he got near a grid at one stage last year, near a podium. Other names to look out for, Hazik Farus down in P17, Gupita Kreshna down in P15. Gosh, this isn't a bad grid at all.
Yeah, Gupita had a mechanical problem in Superpole and wasn't able to record a time, so that's why he's 15th.
Okay, right. So the 1 minute sign is up. Underbone 150cc. We've got 12 races throughout the season. We're here in Sepang in May, Sugo in June, Mandalika, looking forward to that in August, Zhuhai in October, before we end up here in Buriram in December. So it's a long year of racing ahead, but every race counts. Invariably, those who show consistency are those who are champions at the end of the year.
And that's the most difficult thing to do in underbones, where the competition is so tight. The guys that somehow come through, like Gupita, like Akid Aziz has done in the past, like Wayuaji did last year, despite not winning many races, it's the consistency, the podium finishes. That's what makes a championship campaign.
So we're just waiting for the warm-up lap. And when we do, we will talk you through all of the starters, 24 starters, which means it will get pretty congested and some real high quality amongst them. Grid will show that Hafiza Rofa for the 1XOX TKR racing team is the man on pole position, and alongside him for the Pitspike JRT Tech team, Wawan from Indonesia, and Izzat Zaidi, last year's runner-up on P3.
And the fastest qualifier for 1XOX, Shafiq Rasul, in P4, P5, teammate Ahmad Fazli Shan, and next to him the fastest Filipino, April King Moscado.
Nazrul Izzat Bahudin for the UMA Racing Yamaha Maju team, alongside Wayo Aji Trilaksana, the defending champion, bike number 60, look out for him, and Izam Iqmal, an up-and-coming young Malaysian racer for SCK Honda Racing.
Row 4 led by Hazik Hamdan, next to him Charles Shiraz, and next to him Akid Aziz. Sorry guys.
First of the season. Pascon from Thailand makes his debut for Team One for All alongside Rinaldi Pradana on P14. Gupita Kreshna down in P15 for Yamaha Racing.
And a young rider leading row 6, Pacharagon, Tonga Dulung. Next to him Hazik Faruz, and next to him Dimas Juli Atmoko. He can be very fast around here. As
can John Emerson Ngito. Tell you what, these Filipinos, you don't write them off too easily. Alongside him, Ahmad Fazrul Sham and Giancarlo Maurizio. Frustrating to see the Filipinos so far down the grid.
Yeah, a new Vietnamese rider into underbones, Nguyen Hu Tri. Next to him, Murabil Vitoni, who's much further back than he should be. And next to him, Nguyen Antoine.
Yeah, the team from Vietnam will be looking just to try to get points on the board. I think if they get anything approaching the top 10, they'll be pretty happy with their day's work.
Yeah, good. Antoine, he racked up 20 points during the course of the 2022 season. 10 races, and we're on board. It is Wayuaji carrying the onboard camera on the rear of his bike.
Wayuaji will be starting from P8, and I said consistency was the key for Wayuaji. Was just one race win, but 3 P2s and 2 P3s in the season last year, which was a shorter season. It was 10 races. So if you're picking up 16 plus points in 8 of your races, that's the kind of consistency I'm after. He also had a P5 and a P7. So you've just got to try to make every race count.
Exactly right, as we just watch the pole sitter Hafisa Rofa testing his brakes. New colours there for Wayuaji, the defending champion.
Yeah, with the
Now,
Racetech 60 team.
Racetech 60, it's his own team with support from Racetech, so they're moving, as you were saying about the Malaysians, Des, from successful national team to international. Nice career move for him, I think, to be running his own show at this stage.
Absolutely scary, and it means just a little bit more pressure on him having to succeed, but obviously confident in his and his team's abilities. He'll be starting on P8, the defending champion. As usual, this is looking forward to this very, very much indeed. It can be mental. Underbone racing. If you've not watched it, you are in for a bit of a treat.
Yeah, followed all over the world this series. If you haven't seen it before, you're about to find out why.
Okay, all 24 racers are safely on the grid. The red lights are on. 8 laps of the track. Long hold, but we are underway, and it's a solid start there for Hafizah Rofa. Warrenwello has gone with him as well, and Warrenwello has dragged Izzat Zaidi with him. Indeed, it'll be Warrenwello and Izzat Zaidi going to the first corner in P1. Everybody off the line pretty safely, which is job number 1 for all 24 races.
Yeah, and a bit of formation riding from the 3 1XOX TKKR machines just behind Warrenwello and Izzat Zaidi.
Camera we're on board with is Wayu Ajitrilaksana, bike number 60. He's the defending champion. It was Izam Iqmal in his rear view mirror, as everybody looks a little bit circumspect going around that first corner. Plenty of space around that hairpin. You just don't want to be left too far behind. No start for Pacharagon or for Hutri. No start for bikes number 32 and 111. Didn't even make it onto the grid.
Just moving up there is the... It's not Waiwaji.
Waiwaji is in that group there. The man I can see making a little bit of a move, bike 17, Hazik Fairuz, who's come from way, way down to get himself on board. 171 in the rear view mirror is Rinaldi Pradana. But this is very much middle of the pack. Just stay out of trouble in the early stages. Don't get dropped too far behind, but do stay out of trouble.
Yeah, Nazrul is near the front there as well.
Izzat Zaidi not a million miles away from the front. It's all just being cautious. This is actually very tame for Underbone, isn't it? In the early stage, I think possibly the riders are dulled a little bit by the heat as they come through the haze. Now they look over the shoulders. This is where it can get completely congested, as we saw somebody go off onto the grass there, but it proved to be a good little move for Fazli Sham. But as we come through the end of lap number 1, the race lead will be held by Warrenwello ahead of Ahmed Fazli Sham, Hazik Hamdan, Hazik Farouz, Sharol Shazras and Shafiq Rassol. Nazrul Izzat, Akid Aziz and Izam Iqmal completing the front 9. Where are we? Wayu Ajitrilaksana still down in P13.
Yep, and Ahmed Fazli Sham leading the way right at the moment, or is he? Look back there at the man that started from pole, Hafizah Rofa. So he's mid-pack as well, that means.
The man I saw, Izzat Zaidi, has not made the best of starts. He's down in P22 at the moment, but as you can see, nobody has really been dropped. Izzat is right at the back there, just beginning to make a little bit of a move. The red helmet in the blue and yellow bike at the very, very back as they come at the end of the first long straight there into this just downward. That's a very deceptive little downward. And then left-hand corner, you can see immediately the riders get very, very congested at that stage. Yeah, 171, Rinaldi Pradana in the midst of that pack.
Yeah, he's got promise, hasn't he, Rinaldi?
Hazik Farouz in the middle there. Ahmed Fazli Sham also leading the way. Indeed, it is Ahmed Fazli Sham for Team 1 XOX TKR Racing Team who's leading the way. He's got Giancarlo and Nazrul Izzat for company. But this is what I say about Ahmed Fazli Sham. So often we see him leading the way, but very rarely able to convert these early leads into significant race points.
Let's see. I think he's going to be on the podium today, Des. That's as far as I'm going to stick my...
very brave.
That's as far as I'm going to stick my neck out this weekend.
Hugely brave. Fair play. as they come down into corner number 12. The end of lap number 2 of 8, and as they go over the start-finish line, Ahmed Fazli Sham leads from Izam Iqbal, Haziq Fairuz and Izzat Baharuddin make it a 1 through 4 Malaysia. Giancarlo Maurizio and Wayu Ajin Trilaksana, he just creeps up on you. He's got himself up into the top 6. Stay near the front, stay near where the action is without getting involved, and then you make your move.
Yeah, Akid Aziz just at the back of the group that are in touch for the possible win, or at least a podium, but Nazarul is the one who's been most consistently there so far.
Fiza Rofa not really been involved. He's in the middle of the pack, the green just to the right of your screen now. There he is, so in contention once again. Everybody's been very circumspect, no incidents of real note so far. Ahmed Fazli Sham is the man who is leading the way, but red helmet. Just seeing if Izzat Zaidi has made a move. The answer is no. He's at the tail end, left-hand side of that little group there. Izzat Zaidi always is able to manufacture a finish of some description in a race.
So we had a non-starter from Thailand, Pacharagon. Pascorn is somewhere near the back there after a good qualifying.
Antoine just being dropped as well. Is that Pascon right at the very back? I
yes,
think it is. Team
yeah.
1 for all, isn't it? Familiar colours, but it's Haziq Fairuz and Giancarlo Maurizio who are leading the way. Uma Racing, there's 2 Uma Racing teams, one from Philippines and one from Malaysia, and they are pretty competitive amongst themselves. So it's Haziq who leads the way. Haziq bike 17, Giancarlo 27. Haziq under pressure from Hafiza Rofa, who has himself got himself up into that leading little pack. Hafiza Rofa, bike number 24.
Yeah, that's him coming through with the red 24 on the front of his bike.
And the pole sitter will be leading coming into lap number 4. 3 laps completed out of the 8. Hafiza Rofa, Haziq Fairuz, Ahmed Fazli Sham, Izam Iqbal, Izzat Zaidi's got himself up into that pack as well. It is amazing. All it needs is a bit of a toe down one of the straights and suddenly you're back into contention.
Yeah, and Murabil Vitoni making his way up. He's in P15. So not so far back in that gaggle we can see on the screen there.
The only 2 who look like they've been dropped have been Antoine, Nguyen Antoine, the Vietnamese, bike 178, and Pascon San Luang from Thailand, who's making his debut. Otherwise, everybody else is within striking distance with half the race to go.
Haziq, this has been a good race for him as well. He stayed very close to the front. Wawanwelo also still in the top handful.
Peter Kreshna, where's Gupita? Gupita is down to P16. Again, Gupita is another who you just must keep an eye on. Canny character, canny racecraft. As Izzat Zaidi makes his way through. You can sense this is just building up nicely. Everybody just jockeying for position in these early stages.
Yeah, just a few riders there getting close, leaning a little bit on each other.
Is that why Iwaji has made his way to the front, did I see? Bike 60, where are you?
Right, yeah, he's still got the red helmet, but he's got a red bike as well now.
We've got our first casualty.
That's a mechanical failure for Dimas Juli.
Dimas Juli at Moko. So LFM Putra from Indonesia. As we come through to the tail end, Giancarlo Maurizio is in that little gaggle.
This is Amikmal leading them through turn 12 this time.
Yeah, so Izam from Malaysia leads the way. He's got Haziq for company. In fact, Haziq went over the start-finish line in P4. Wawanwelo is still hanging in there, bike number 38. Wawanwelo, he's been involved in some epic races down the seasons. He didn't have a particularly good year last year, but you count him out at your peril.
And that's right, and he's kept himself in the top few all the way through, whereas others have come and gone.
Haziq Fairuz still in that little group, but then he was swallowed up by the pack.
Yeah, Wairaji's dropped right back.
That's Hafisa Rofa. Hafisa was leading at the start of the last lap, and now a lap further down, he's back down into P13, which just shows you how rapidly fortunes can change. You just make sure you are in the game coming into the final lap. Don't leave yourself too much to do. Look at that there, 8 abreast. That's going into a tight left-handed corner. There is a little bit of runoff track there, but nobody utilises that runoff as 27 Giancarlo Maurizio just tries to track Wawanwelo, who's in P4 at this stage.
Just taking a look for the green, the men in green.
Dropped off the pace a little bit, haven't they?
Yeah,
the
the best of them at the moment is Fazli Sham, who's in about P7 or 8 at that point. But the Uma Racing bikes are looking good there at the front.
But you want to be good at the end, not in the midpoint. It's nice to be in this situation at the mid stage, as we see Isam Iqbal as they fan out across the full width. Look at that, on the last lap we had somebody going onto the dirt, onto the left-hand side there. Wawanwelo, once again, will be in this leading group as we come into the final 3 laps. And as we go over the start-finish line, Isam Iqbal, Haziq Hamdan and Wawanwelo. Wow. So, 2 of the young Malaysians are making a bit of a statement here. And if Isam or Haziq could suggest a changing of the guard, that would be phenomenal.
Yeah, Gubita Krishna has come up into the top 6 as well.
Haven't seen a lot from April King Moscado. He was on what was he, 6 on the grid. Not really been involved in the groups battling at the front so far. He's in P13 at the moment, which means he's not out of contention. Gosh, we're more than halfway through and virtually everybody is still in this race.
Yeah. Oh, they're even having a look around now. This is starting to look like a bit of a practice session. Come on, guys, you've got 2.5 more laps.
Just look at the differential. It's less than a second between 1 and 10.
Yeah, that's normal.
Yeah, it is normal. But in Buriram, it's very dangerous. You'd love to have a second lead going into the final corner, if remotely possible.
Yeah, and Fazli Sham moves himself back up into 4th. So he's been the most consistently at the front of the 1XOX machines.
Wayawaji Trilaksana is the man who's got himself into the lead, and look at that, he looks like he's trying to make a move. He's taken Ahmed Fazli Sham with him, and there's a gang of 4 are just trying to break away from Ronaldo Pradama. That's interesting. Ahmed Fazli Sham goes along the outside. It's possibly a bit early to make that break, but if they can make that break and then work together, you never know, for this gang of 4, Wawanwelo, Wayu Aji, Haziq and Ahmed Fazli Sham, it might prove to be profitable.
See how it shakes out as they come 12 abreast or whatever it is into turn 12.
First bit of contact there. Wawanwelo had to take some evasive action. Ahmed Fazli Sham is the man who leads. He's led through lap 2. He now leads through lap 6. Is he for once going to be able to put this onto a podium finish into the middle of the pack? Wayu Aji Trilaksana. We saw their bike number 98 Izzat Zaidi in near proximity to Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
And Haziq Farouz there also, but
that
there's a rider in trouble at the back.
Is that?
I think that's Pascon.
Yeah, it looks like Pascon, San Luang. I saw them working really hard on their bike yesterday during practice. They didn't look happy in the garage, team One for All. As Wawanwelo is forced wide, and being forced wide means he goes from P1 down to P9 on that long corner. Bike 178, that's Nguyen Antoine from Vietnam, has a first warning for exceeding track limits.
You can see the performance here of the defending champion, Wayu Aji Trilaksana.
And Izzat Zaidi, who's got himself into the front. The light blue, the red helmet, that's interesting. Who's he taken with him? Murabil Vitoni. Again, Murabil is one who didn't get results. He had a really good start to the 2022 season without being able to put points on the board and fell away. But Murabil is in that little group, bike 171. Waiwaji Trilaksana, as you quite rightly said, Barry Russell, he's got himself into that leading pack as well. What happened to the new kids on the block? They didn't last very long, did they? Well, Izam's still there, to be fair. Nazik Handan's still in the top 8, so there could be a changing of the guard.
And Rinaldi Pradana is somewhere in the area.
So 71, Izam Iqbal there. So, right, here's the rehearsal. Wawanwelo is the man who leads the way, and he's going to take Murabil Vitoni into P2. So this is the last chance they have just to work out what position they want to be in going into corner 12. Last lap of the 8, Underbone 150, first race of 12 of the season. Wawanwelo, well, he was second fastest, is in confident form, has got experience, and is leading the way. Barry Russell is trying down that back straight, just to try to force a little bit of a gap between him and the majority of the pack.
Yeah, and just 1 second covering the first 9, 1.5 seconds covering the first 12.
Long way round there. Everybody.
Pick a line.
Pick a line, any line. Just get yourself into position coming into corner number 12. That's what it's all about. Where's Izzat Zaidi? Izzat Zaidi had dropped down to P7, looking for the sky blue. There he is, just poking his nose through in P4. Keep a lookout for him. Keep a lookout for Wayo Ajit Trilaksana, bike number 60.
Yeah. Nazrul also moving up towards the front there, the number 87. And there are 3 1XOX bikes in the mix.
Somebody's been forced wide, which is going to cost you a second on this final lap, and that could be difficult. The men in green are making their way forward to the front. Now then, it's not quite team orders, but if you've got that many, Hafiza Rofa is trying to get there. Haziq Farouz, Ahmed Fazli Sham, Shafiq Rasul. Shafiq has won a race already, and ARRC, is he able to get himself on a podium for a second time? But it's Haziq Farouz, again, one of the Malaysian youngsters who is making the move here, and Haziq's got himself a bit of a lead, Barry Russell.
Yeah, and let's look for the red bike and the red helmet of Wayu Aji, who knows very well how to run down from turn 11 to turn 12.
Right, we're getting to the business end here. Haziq has got himself into a good position. A lot of dirt being thrown up. Haziq goes around the outside. Oh, is he able to hold it? Ahmed Fazli Sham is there as well. Who can hold the final turn? Haziq has been swallowed up, and the win is going to go to Ahmed. Oh, Haziq has been given it ahead of Wawanwelo and Ahmed Fazli Sham. So Haziq given it to the naked eye, Barry Russell. That did not look the right result. Wawanwelo there, Ahmed Fazli Sham. We will await that one.
Yeah, we've got 2 conflicting screens here.
We do indeed.
So I'm not quite believing my eyes. Let's
Shafiq Rasul is in there as well.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so there is confusion. One screen, our official screen, says Haziq, Wawanwelo, Ahmed Fazli Sham, and Nazrul Izzat. And that really is a little bit confusing for us and for everybody at home. Apologies for that. We'll try and sort it out as much as we can. But there is Haziq, bike number 17. Wawanwelo, bike number 38, and Ahmed Fazli Sham. Let's have a look at this once again. To me, it looks like 46, Ahmed Fazli Sham just holds on. Let's have a look. Haziq is there, or Haziq is closing, or Haziq. Ooh, tell you what, Barry Russell.
That looked like Shafiq to me.
Fazli, Ahmed Fazli, 46.
Yeah.
Well, in our ears, we are getting our producer saying we're just trying to get confirmation of what the result is, but the screen, the official screen, still says Haziq Farouz.
Well, that's one of the side effects of underbone racing.
It's so wickedly
Confusion
close.
at the end.
57, Murabil Vitoni fell away towards the end, frustratingly for him. He'd been in the top 2, will pick up a couple of points, but only for P14. Kapita Kreshna down, as was Izzat Zaidi. Wayo Ajit Trilaksana down in the mid-range as well.
It was Shafiq. Yeah, I do think it was Shafiq who crossed the line first, Des, because the red number on the front of the bike.
So belatedly we get Shafiq Russell as the winner. And there he is, bike number 122. Yes, that now is confirmed. Apologies for the confusion from this commentary end, but the information we were getting was different to what we were seeing. But Shafiq Russell takes his second victory in ARRC Underbone, but most importantly gets himself up to a winning start for this season, Barry Russell.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I saw that shocking pink number on the front. I couldn't make out the figures, but just the colour of the numbers told me it was Shafiq. But Haziq Farouz, great race from him. Wawanwelo's shown fantastic promise all the way through. And Ahmad Fazli Sham, I love him, but he's let me down this time. He's finished one place off the podium.
So confirmation, Shafiq Russell takes the victory ahead of Haziq Farouz. Wawanwelo in P3. Ahmad Fazli Sham, bike number 46, does get himself a very handy 13 points for P4 ahead of Nazrul Izzat Bahoudin. Akid Aziz in 6th, April King Moscado, and Hafiza Rofa finishes down in P8. Then you've got Wayuwaji Trilaksana, the defending champion, ahead of one of the new breed, Haziq Hamdan. Ronaldo Pradama from LFN Putra Indonesia Racing Team. Izzat Zaidi, runner-up last year in 12. Gupita Krishna 13, Murabil 14. John Emerson and Gito, the last of the point scorers, down in P15.
Indeed, Des, there was 1 second covering the first 13.
Charles Shazras in 16, Izam Iqmal and Ahmad Fazrul Sham ahead of Giancarlo Maurizio. Nguyen Antoine got himself a finish, did not finish though. Pascon San Luang and Dimas Juli at Moko. And no start for Pacharagon or for Nguyen Hu Trey for Honda Racing Team Vietnam. Okay, we can go down to Daniel, who hopefully has a bit more awareness of what went on than we did in the commentary box. Daniel, who have you got for us?
We're down here at Park Ferme for the Underbone 150 after that insane race. And Shafiq Russell, first of all, congratulations. I have no idea where you came from, but wow, what a race that was.
Pertama kali saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada pasukan saya One SOX 3KR Racing Team kerana memberi saya peluang untuk berlumba di dalam kategori Underbone. Pada perlombaan tadi saya cuma relay di belakang dan mengekori satu kelompok, dan saya cuba untuk di last lap try push semestinya yang boleh dan cuba untuk mencari ruang untuk berada di last corner.
Thank you so much, Shafiq. Congratulations to you and the team.
Best of the highlights from the Underbone 150 race, one of the season. We expected it to be a tight finish. We did not expect it to be as tight as it was, in that we didn't recognize who the winner was and we needed to be told it, Barry Russell. Shafiq Russell would eventually win it, but Shafiq Russell was nowhere in this highlights until the end.
No, that's right. With these men in green, it's the key is to look at the color of the numbers, because you can see the color before you can see the digits. But this was a phenomenal race with leading riders going up and down the pack. Wayuwaji Trilaksana finished 9th, but was 18th at one stage and 1st at another.
Yeah, Haziq Farouz, bike 17, he was very much involved for much of the time, as was Giancarlo Maurizio, bike number 27. They're in 2 and 3 at the moment, approaching the halfway stage, and poor old Giancarlo would finish down in 19. Ahmad Fazli Sham, the most prominent of the men in green, he would finish in P4, having led through lap 2, through lap 5 and through lap 6.
Yeah, we're just looking at Hafiza Rofa there, and Ahmad Fazli Sham leading around that on that occasion.
That's Hafiza Rofa, so yeah, that's one of the men in green. Very easy to pick out. And then the men in green kind of dropped back, so they just, I don't know, were just getting their energy reserves all ready and all sorted for a real chance to attack on the last couple of laps. There's Ahmad Fazli Sham leading through lap 6. Again, I'm so such a fan of this fella because he leads from the front, but then he gets swallowed up a little bit. And I'm trying to see where bike number 122 comes into the reckoning. He's nowhere in the reckoning with 1.5 laps to go, Barry Russell.
No, he wasn't. No, that's right. Shafiq, he was very good in practice, very good in qualifying, and look at that huge shake there from Wayuaji.
There he is. Shafiq takes the lead for the very first time, coming round the corner, and is able to hold on. Bike number 122 just holds on. It's by the width of a wheel to take the victory. So Shafiq Rassol takes the victory. He has the lead in the Underbone 150cc Championship. And celebrations very, very deserved. It's wild how this happens, isn't it? Bike number 43, we hear, has dropped 2 positions from the final result for exceeding track limits. Bike number 43 is April King Moscardo, who was in P7, so he drops now to P9. So not a great day at the office for Uma Racing.
No, that puts Hafisa Rofa up. Sixth place for Akid Aziz on his return.
Yeah, 10 points for Akid, a former champion. What to make of that? We've got 1 or 2 new faces there. Haziq and Shafiq and Wawanwello coming back to his best form. Ahmed Fazli Sham is one of the old brigade, as is Iza Bahoudin and Akid. Wayuaji, what will he make of a P8? A reasonable start to the Defensivers Championship or frustration?
He'll probably tell you it's reasonable. It should be a little frustrating. His bike got all out of shape. He had a massive shake. I mean, if these bikes had fuel tanks like a conventional motorcycle, they'd have called that a tank slapper on the way into turn 12. So he'll be disappointed with that. But he did well to stay on. The bike was really trying to kick him off.
As usual, though, mayhem throughout in the Underbone 150cc. But really good to see Wawanwello back on the podium.
Yep, he's pleased with that, as he should be. Where's he going to stand?
Yep, the helmets. That's good. These guys have been on podiums before. They know what they're meant to do. Haziq Farus, really good performance for Haziq.
Yep, he was good all the way through the race, and Shafiq was he was clever.
And the victory and the national anthem, Malaysian national anthem, Negaraku, will belong to Shafiq Rassol. Well, very, very happy. Shafiq Rassol and Stefan Grappier, the FAM Asia president, will be handing out the winners' awards. Wawanwello, tell you what, this kind of start to a season, you can build on that for the Pitts bike team. Haziq Farus, again, he's from Capri, does very well in that competition, translates that onto the international stage for Uma Racing Malaysia. But the victory for 1XXX TKR Racing Team goes to Shafiq Rassol. Left it very, very late, but did just manage to take it by the width of a wheel.
Yeah, trounced two very distinguished teammates.
The KYT helmets being handed out, and the team award presented by Masanori Enomoto, the managing director of IDEMITSU Lubricant Asia Pacific. Well, thanks to IDEMITSU, of course, for their increasing and ongoing support of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. The obligatory photo. And then after the first of 12 races this season, we'll have our very first championship standings.
Big thank you once again to Mrs. Stefan Makikarkin and Mr. Masanori Enomoto for presenting the trophies to our winners.
Wondering whether Shafi Grassol will use this to catapult himself into genuine title contender. Because he won one race last season, wasn't able to capitalise, but he's won the first race here. Azik Fairuz on 20 points ahead of Warren Wello on 16 for Pittsburgh JRT Tech. Two one-way racing team. Ahmed Fazli Sham, I love seeing this fella in the points on 13. Nazrul Izzat on 11. Akid Aziz picks up 10. April King Moscado, third last season, will pick up 9, but he was actually, I think April King has been relegated to P9 from that and need to be confirmed. Hafiza Rofa down in P8, having been fastest on pole. Okay, so after the chaos of the Underbone 150cc, we move to the 250cc championship next. That is coming after a very short break. You're watching the Asia Road Racing Championships from the Chang International Circuit in Buriram, Thailand.
IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7. IDEMITSU IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of septic guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. IDEMITSU IRG7. IDEMITSU IFG7. Flagship engine oil nano-tailored for high-precision engines. Enhanced performance in 7 ways with super protective septic guard technology, the accumulated wisdom of oil experts. Anti-power loss nanotech keeps your engine performing at its peak for extended periods in harsh conditions. Beat the heat. IDEMITSU IFG7.
A very warm welcome back to Buriram. We're at the Chang International Circuit, where that is the banner that overlooks the home straight. This fabulous international venue is the venue for the Asia Road Racing Championships. We're on to our third feature race of the day, the AP250, the Asia Production 250cc. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell to talk you through it over this quite magnificent course that really is causes one or two problems, particularly as we just spread out the corner on the immediate left-hand side. 36 degrees, it is scalding down there, Barry Russell.
It's scalding, it's 2 degrees less scalding than it was yesterday, but there's a little bit of cloud cover that's helping that slightly.
Okay, the Asia Production 250cc is next. The defending champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli, has gone up a category, but the two remaining second and third from last year, they are both very much in the reckoning, including Reza Danica Arons and Herjan Adna, both of whom did well in the qualification. Let's have a look at the best of the qualification, and this is Jack Ripat, who is one of the Thai competitors. He got himself a P4. Very, very useful performance from Jack Ripat. Muklada Sarapat returning to this, got herself into P5, but Jack Ripat, one of the Thais, P4, 151, 187, and you'd expect the Thais to do pretty well in this competition.
Oh yes, you would, and Jack Ripat, the latest of a number of Thai riders coming through the Honda Thailand talent factory, let's call it. But that's Herjan leading his new teammate, Vida Ega Prataman, the number 54 there. Watch out for him.
Yeah, Vida Ega Pratama is certainly worth looking out for. He's with the with the Astra Honda racing team. If you get selection into that, you've already gone through quite a significant process for Astra Honda because the selection is really, really very tough. But Reza Danica Arons, level on points at the top of the standings. He was the man who would eventually come in second place, Reza Danica, but he's surely got to try to get some reward for his efforts last year.
Definitely, he's an experienced rider now, and if you were going to put your money down on anybody to win this championship, it would have to be Reza Danica.
However, there is one man who was quicker than him in qualification yesterday, and that was another of the Astra Honda Racing, so Herjan Adna Firdaus. So Astra Honda Racing P1, P2 and P3, and his time of 150.860 was 300ths quicker than Reza Danica.
Yeah, Herjan really came good late in the season in 2022, and we're seeing something special from him here as well as we take a look at the football stadium.
Buriram United, top of the league in the Thai Premier League. No games this weekend, it's internationals for football, so we can focus on motor racing. It's all part of the complex that is being introduced here in Eastern Thailand. It really is remarkable. We've got the stock cars, we've got the go-karts, we've got this international circuit, we've got a little bit of everything, and this is a world-renowned circuit. I always look at corner number 12 when I see this diagram there, Barry.
With good reason, yeah, because I mean this track is, some of it is, the first section is really very much stop and go, and it really gets interesting from turn 4 onwards.
Okay, we've had a look at the circuit, we've had a look at the surroundings. Let's talk to a couple of the riders, where Daniel Bogas is down on the sweltering hot grid.
We're down here on the grid for the AP250 Race 1, Round 1 in Buriram. And we're going to have a chat with some of the fast riders. It's a familiar face over here, actually. We have the Astra Honda bike. We'll just wait for them to take a couple of photos. We had this Herjan Adna Firdaus. He qualified first, consistent all weekend. We're going to have a quick word. So, Herjan, you've been consistent all throughout the practice sessions and the qualifying. How do you feel going into this race?
This is a very hot race. I'll be trying to manage my tire and then attack in the last lap. And this is first run of the season. I try to get some point from here, so it is important for the championship. Okay, bismillah.
Definitely. Good luck to you, Herjan. We look forward to see what you're going to do. So now we're going to head down to row 2. It's another familiar face, but not so in the AP250 class. Well, in previous years, yes. But it is none other than the number 16 of Irfan Ardian Shah. So we're going to try to grab a quick word. We had the horns blaring already, so we have to make this a quick one. So let's have a quick word there, Irfan. So Irfan, not a bad qualifying position. How's the transition been for you this season?
Yeah, the challenge is this is my first time using Ninja 250, but during precision test I feel good and I think ready for the round one this race.
Now in this class, we know that the Astra Hondas, they're typically red colored in front of us. Do you think you guys have what it takes to keep up with them?
Actually, everybody have a chance to keep with them, and my goal is just to follow them and make a good start to stay until the end. Yes, thank you.
Lovely. Thank you so much and good luck for the race. So now we're gonna head down a bit further back. We're gonna have a chat with one of the Victor racing bikes, and that is in the shape of Setu Rajiv. He qualified in 15th. Good improvements all the way through the practices. We have the Bunsu Honda of Idlan Hakimi here, as well as some of the Hondas of Irfan Haikal and one of the Honda Vietnam bikes. So we're gonna grab a quick word with Setu. So Setu, it's been not a bad improvement for you from practice until qualifying. How do you feel starting here with the Victor Racing team?
So it's a good feeling. So I couldn't ride from yesterday's practice, but today somehow the team worked and we are in qualify. We qualified in 15th position. Hopefully I have a good start and try to fight in the top bunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Setu. Good luck for this race. And that's back to you, Des and Barry.
Great work down on the pit lane by Daniel. Setu Rajiv, good to see Victor Racing still very much part of the ARRC. But I think, Barry, you just look at the grid. Astra Honda Racing dominating 1, 2 and 3 on the grid. What do other teams have to do to get the better of that team?
They really have to race hard. So you've got Jakrapat, who's shown that he can get amongst them. Mukladar Sarapuch, we know what a tough competitor she is. She'll want to get amongst them, just break up their rhythm. So the start is going to be really important.
Reza Danica is the man who was level on points with last season's champion, but on a countback of race wins, only took second place, only in inverted commas. Veda Egapratama is a brand new member of this team. We mentioned him, P3 in the qualification, so he's clearly got an awful lot about him. And then you've got Jakrapat, who we saw also as well. And you hold high regards for this fellow from Honda Racing Thailand.
Yeah, newcomer to the team, and he's been really quick all the way through.
And an old favourite of ours, Mukladar Sarapuch, who was racing in Japan last year in the 600cc, come back down to 250cc. Is she a little bit more comfortable on this size of bike?
I think so. I mean, she's tough, but she's not that physically big. And there we are looking again at Irfan Ardiansha. Good to see him back here too. He was a great competitor in 2019.
Change of team and change of bike and manufacturer on the Kawasaki. Then you've got Warit Tongnapan from Thailand, from the EEST NJT racing team, who got 4 riders in the ARRC. And next to him, another of the Thai racers, Tanat. Now you're a bit of a Thai expert. Do we know much about Tanat and what we're expecting?
Tanat has done well in the Thailand Talent Cup. He's done some rounds in the Asia Talent Cup and very much fancied by the powers that be here.
Rosie has done well in the Indonesian Championships, but at lower categories, 125s and in underbones, but a very useful competitor on the Yamaha. He is Yamaha Racing Indonesia. He's on the 3rd row of the grid in P9. So I think immediately we're seeing that there is depth in this group of racers, but Astra Honda, they've got the team, they've got the expertise, they've got the cohesiveness, plus they've got successes. Even though they didn't win the title last year, they got P2, 3 and 4, and they'll be hoping to go one better this time. Well resourced and full of good racers. What more can you ask?
Well, actually, the other thing they've got is the very latest version of the CPR 250 RR.
That helps as well. But let's see what Jakrapat and Mukladar in particular, and Irfan Ardiansha. Fascinated to see what Irfan can do. He's come down from 600s. He's in the green on the left-hand side as we just go through the warm-up lap. And also, let's see if EEST NJT Racing are able to put anything together. Right, there were 21 starters, a non-qualifier from EEST, but let's look through it. Astra Honda on 1, 2, 3. Herjan Atna, 3rd last season. Reza Danica, 2nd last season. Veda Egapratama, a new teammate for them on Astra Honda.
And row 2, Jakrapat Putisan, Mukladar Sarapuch, teammates. And 6th, the returning, Irfan Ardiansha.
Then we've got a couple of ties in Warrit for EEST NJT racing team alongside the Honda Racing Thailand competitor Tanat Longplio, and then Fairuzi from Indonesia in P9.
Familiar face, leading row 4, Aiki Iyoshi, and next to him, Bunsu Honda's Idlan Hakimi, and next to him, Wahyu Nugroho.
Cal Vietnam in P13 has been a regular competitor for the last 5 seasons here on the 250 Championship, alongside Irfan Haikal from Malaysia from IDEMITSU Honda, and Setu Rajiv, who we had a chat to from Victor Racing.
And row 6, Watcherin Tup Timon, Kavin Samar Quintal, the first of the 2 new Indian riders for Honda Racing India, and Nguyen Duc Tan, former underbone racer in P18.
And then on the from 19th, 20th and 21st on the grid are Liu Chun Mei from Chinese Taipei in the for the Kawasaki, Ishii from Japan on the Honda, and Mosim Paramban, who had a bit of an accident in qualification, or in practice. Hopefully he's completely recovered. And the final qualifier,
Li Ruiyun, racing also for EST NJT from Chinese Taipei.
3 women, was it 3? 4 women starting. But the one we'll be focusing on is Maglada Sarapwech in P5, because she, given the right equipment, can genuinely contend at the tail end of the season. She's got that experience in Japan. She's confident, competent and competitive.
And the other thing just before the off, Des, is to say these bikes are running on slicks this year for the first time, so the lap times are better. We gather that the tyres wear better during the race, better grip and so on, as you'd expect. Here we go.
Okay, Herjan Atna, Reza Danica, Veda Ega Pratama on the front row of the grid. The lights go off, we are underway, and it's a solid start from all 3. Astra Honda, a bit of a coming together at the very front end there. You saw Jack Repat was being barged aside by I think it was Herjan Atna, and Jack Repat has got himself in the mix there, but that was a little bit feisty at the start.
That was, in fact, that was Vida Ega Pratama, the 15-year-old, that was giving him the elbow.
Well, okay, you're going to pick on the youngsters. I'll give you a little bit back, and a little bit of gravel being thrown up as well. So plenty of incidents in the first corner and a half. But it will be Astra Honda. Oh, and we've got our first casualty. Oh, very frustration. It's Tanat. Tanat is down from the EST NJT racing team, and he just lost the front end.
That's yeah, that's Honda Racing's the other new protege for Honda Thailand.
Well, here's the start once again. Have a look at what goes on the left-hand side. Oh, you can see there that Jack Repat, it was Veda Ega who'd come over on the far side, and he leans into him as well. Gosh, and there's an elbow in there.
He gave him about 3 or 4 elbows there, so the Astra Honda youngster, very feisty indeed, and the officials will be looking at that.
Wow, okay.
Out at the front, Reza Danica RNs while all that was going on, staying above the fray, as you might expect.
And he's a terrific racer, is Reza Danica. He's a high-quality performer, and even in a longish race like this, with 10 laps still to go, you don't want to be giving him a lead. Maglada has got herself into a decent position as well. Is that P2 already?
Yeah, she's in P2. She's in between Reza and Herjan, or at least was.
Herjan just goes on the inside, so it's Reza Danica Arant who has a nice, healthy lead at the end of lap number 1. It's 0.7 of a second from Herjan and Maglada, and Veda with Jack Repat still in there, possibly smarting. Warrit, Irfan Ardiansa dropped down to P7. Irfan Haikal completes the top 8.
Yeah, that's another feisty little exchange going on there between Maglada and Herjan for P2. But while they're doing that, there's a whole group of riders gathering around them,
including the Kawasaki. I'm glad to see of Irfan Ardiansa. It's you want competitiveness. Ooh, we've got a casualty.
I think that's Tanat coming back in.
Oh, so we knew about Tanat. Look at that, Reza Danica Arans. Gosh, that is a very, very healthy lead in the early stages. He won here in the first race of last season. He won here in the last race of last season. Didn't record a win in the other 8. didn't do badly. He had a second and 3/3, but he started the season really, really well, but then tailed off a little bit. He'll be hoping it doesn't happen the same for him again this year.
Yeah, but Reza Danica at the front. Vida Egger, the feisty Vida Egger, has got himself, I was looking at the wrong timing screen then, but Herjan is second. Vida was in there trying to elbow his way into second place, and he has done. They push Mukhladar back now to 5th.
Certainly has, and Chakrapat has got himself in the mix there as well, but it's all a long way behind. Reza Danica has got off to an absolute flyer. There is Chakrapat, and Honda's absolutely dominating everything at the moment. Reza Danica leads the way, 54, Vida Egger Pratama, 15 years of age, but already you can see he can look after himself. He comes through in P2 ahead of Herjan, Chakrapat, Mukhladar, Irfan Ardiansa on the Kawasaki. Warrit is up there.
Yeah, Warrit's been doing well. He's been the leading privateer throughout. Really good team, that EST NJT.
A couple of the guys are keeping half an eye on. Setu Rajiv is up into P12. Watcharin Tubtimon, who came up from the TVS One Make Series last season, he's in P14. And Kevin Pintal, who's one of the next breed of Indian racers. He did well in the TVS series, development series in India a couple of seasons ago. He's got himself up into P15 at the moment.
P16 Cal Vietnam. He was going a lot better than this in practice and qualifying. In 16th and just ahead of Chiro Ishii, who is the 250 riding teammate of Haruki Noguchi.
This battle for P2 is, I think, what we're really going to be focusing on as Mukhladar eases her way into P2 behind Veda. Chakrapat is in that little group as well. The green Kawasaki of Irfan Ardiansa is just clinging on. And even more clingy on is Warrit in the white machine at the back. And of them, Warrit bike number 94.
Easy to pick out that one, pink and white.
And also easy to pick out Reza Danica Arans because he's in a race of his own.
Well, as they say, if you can keep your head while all around are losing theirs, because that's pretty much what happened at the start.
We've just heard that Veda has been asked to report to race control after the session has finished. Might have something to do with elbows being flung.
It will do, and if he does finish in the, well, regardless of where he finishes, I suspect there'll be a penalty coming.
Whether it's a fine or whether it's a place, we'll find out. But at the moment, all he can really do is look at what he can do just to try and close the gap in on Reza Danica Arans, who is making this. You're forgetting the rules of ARRC here, Reza Danica. Every race is meant to be ultra competitive. You're not meant to take a lead like this. His lead is, well, it was over 1.4 seconds at the end of the lap, and I think he's just extended it a little bit further.
Yeah, nice smooth job from him. He's always been able to run away at the front. Handles the pressure well that way.
These AP250s, the slicks in this kind of a heat.
They'll be performing better in all respects, really. The riders are pretty happy with them.
Dunlop once again, the tyre manufacturer for the ARRC, as we have a look at some of the battles going on a little bit further down. 65 in the middle of that is Cal Vietnam, who's got himself up into P13. You've got Fairozi in P11 at the moment, and then the Yamahas.
And Aiki leading that group. But Aiki playing second fiddle to Irfan, his new teammate.
I still wonder where Aiki actually disappeared in Sugo last year as he went up the hill looking into P2.
He still doesn't know.
That was last year, and look at this. Reza Danica Arans is clearly trying to put last year firmly to bed. He's got a very, very healthy lead, and he's taken with him his teammate, Veda Egger Pratama. But the difference between 1 and 2 is 1.3 seconds. The difference between 2 and 3 is another second, well, 0.9 of a second to be more accurate. Erjan Atna, Astra Honda 1, 2 and 3, and that's not exactly the racing line you want to be taking.
Those Thai Hondas really need to work together to break up that on-track domination. I do think the order will change after the stewards have had a word with Vader Egger.
Well, whether it's timing, again, we'll worry about it. It was very, very feisty, very significant in the early stages, and there were elbows being thrown. A bit of MMA on a motorbike.
I remember as an official, riders being penalised for doing exactly that in exactly the same place on the track, actually.
A little bit of elbows there as Herjan Atner leans into Maglada Sarapach. Says to her, get out the way, and Maglada says, hey, this is my track. Maglada, who holds on to P3 at the moment. 11-lap race, 6 laps to go. Reza Danica making it all about him at the moment. Good to see the Kawasaki of Irfan Ardianta hanging in there, nice and tight.
Yeah, he was a real contender in 2019.
Is just the lean in from Herjan. You okay with that? Putting your race official's hat on?
Yeah. My race official's hat's got a bit of dust on it, but yeah, I think that was okay.
So Maglada, she's none the worse for wear, and look at that, Chakrapat has got himself in as well. Bit of evasive action required by Herjan. So Herjan get himself in a whole heap of trouble as they go through. Chakrapat's in 3, Maglada 4, Irfan Ardianta 5, and Herjan drops down into P6. That's a cracking battle. Further down there, you've got Aoshi leading a little group there. He's in the green Kawasaki. Beyond Aoshi, you've got Nugroho, Adlan Hakimi, and Fairozi from Indonesia.
Yep, and they're a long way back, those guys too, but loads of quality in the group.
My concern is such will be the dominance of Astra Honda that it's these lower places that we're going to be looking at increasingly throughout the season. Certainly that's the story of this first round in Buriram, but things can change very, very rapidly from event to event.
Yeah, looking further down the field, I just saw Cal Vietnam make his way past Aiki Aoshi.
Top 10 now, yeah.
Vader Egger making progress on his teammate.
I always wonder how Cal Vietnam might do in, say he was in Astra Honda, whether or not if he had that real support that his team don't give him support, but if he had the best bike and the best support, I wonder what he'd do. I've always liked his efforts, his work, and he improves year on year on year.
Yes, he does, and when he's given equal machinery, like in the Asia Talent Cup, he's a podium man.
Yes, indeed. There's the Kawasaki of Irfan Ardianta. P4 at the moment, on the tail end of Herjan Atner. In fact, make that P3 temporarily, as he's just got the inside line coming into corner number 12. Herjan decides to leave his braking just a little bit later, which is brave. Herjan Atner has got himself through and is in P3, so it's Astra Honda 1, 2, 3. The Kawasaki in P4. Chakrapat and Maglada in a good little battle for P5. And Warwick's not too far behind in 7.
Yeah, the two Thai Hondas of Chakrapat and Mukladar need to work together so they don't lose touch with the two riders in front of them, Herjan and Irfan.
Irfan Ardianta is beginning just to put a little bit of pressure here now on Herjan Atner. Herjan, really good season for him last year as well. P3 in the overall championship, and what was a
He won
high
race
quality
1 last year. In November.
He did indeed. He won 2 races back to back, one in Malaysia, and put him really in championship contention for a short while.
Yeah, and then race 1, and then nothing much in race 2, as I recall, as Mukladar takes a look up the inside, but doesn't quite make it through past Herjan.
Kevin Quintal has received a first warning for exceeding track limits. Kevin making his debut at this kind of level. Always keen to see how the Indian racers are able to cope with a little bit of the international quality. And he was part of a development series back in India that has got him to this level. Watcherin also stepped up from the TBS One Make series. He's in P13. But that is far removed from this battle for P2, which Herjan, battle for P3, which Herjan is leading at the moment. Maglada, she's feisty, she's great.
And look at that. Good move back by, good counter there from Herjan.
Lovely little switch back there. Astra Honda 1, 2, 3. We're almost ignoring Reza Danica and Veda Ega Pratama because they are so far ahead. Their lead, it's 4.7 seconds from Reza Danica to this battle for P3. They are 1 and 2, going out of your screen. So we will focus on P3. And this battle for P3 is a 4-person race because Warrit Tonga Parankun is being dropped as well, the young Thai.
Very neat and tidy there into turn 3. Everybody holding station there. That is Muqtadar at the front of that group for now.
For now, being the operative word.
Herjan looks like he has a little bit more grunt down that long straight.
And then Maglada leaves the braking very late, and then once again, because she's left it so late, is forced wide and the switchback is on. Herjan just seems to be reading this track a little bit better than Maglada today.
Yeah, Maglada's one of these riders who will go around any particular problem she has. So people are saying, well, you know, the Astra bikes are a bit faster than yours, and she would just say, well, I'm just going to fight.
Yes, yes. Sometimes beyond the pale, but competitive nonetheless. There she is, bike 44, once again, right on the tail end of Herjan Atna, trying to avoid an Astra Honda 1, 2, 3. Also credit for Irfan Ardiansa. He's dropped down from 600s. He'll be used to a bit more grunt. And there's a battle going on, and again leaning into each other.
Yeah, the gloves are off now, Des, between these two.
And what it meant is that Irfan Ardiansa and Jakrapat have been able to get involved, and Warrit has got back in as well. That's the joy. When you've got two at the front of a group racing, it brings others back into contention.
Yeah, and they just got into that fisticuffs, and that gave the others a chance to get past.
The lead is 6 seconds between Reza Danica and the battle for P3. Reza Danica's got a 1.8 second lead from Veda Ega Pratama. Really impressive from Veda Ega. No matter what happens with the elbows incident, he's a youngster on his debut for this team at this race, and he's the man who's got himself a very, very healthy second place.
Yeah, and Warwick's made his way into that battle.
Hey, there's an under investigation for that little battle between 46, which is Herjan Atna and Maglada. I think the stewards are saying, listen, once you can get away with it, twice or three times, and it just gets a little bit worrying. We've got to worry about the safety.
Yep, I thought on this occasion, we'll see what the stewards make of it, but on this occasion I think Herjan started it. And
Maglada finished it. Barry Russell wearing many, many hats. The analyst for today, as we look at this continuing battle. Herjan Atna has got it. Interested to see if Irfan the answer is just holding anything back, and also if Warrit, who's really joined onto the tail end of it, the EST NJT racer, he's there.
Well, I'll tell you what, Warrit, depending on what happens with the investigations, could find himself on the podium.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to do. There's the front two. Reza Danica, he is way, way clear. He's not the result of any investigation. Veda Ega is. We're on the final lap here. It's Astra Honda 1, 2, 3, but Maglada is chasing, and so is Jakrapat on the Honda Thai, the bike. They're all on Honda CBR 250 RRs. Irfan Ardiansa on the Ninja, Kawasaki Ninja. And the Kawasaki is at the tail end of that gang of five.
Yeah, it has become clear really that the Kawasaki is the only bike that can compete with the speed of those Hondas. The Yamahas have got good riders on them, but they're a long way adrift.
Herjan Atna in P3, bottom right, it tells you those five are all in a genuine battle for P3. It's been fisticuffs, gloves off for large chunks of this race. McLeod Sarapech, chased by Jakrapat. Warrit has just been dropped once again as the Kawasaki of Irfan Ardianse. He's got good racecraft, Irfan. Chasing on the back wheel there of McLeod Sarapech. Main grandstand in the background. Front two have already disappeared. Irfan has a look on the inside. Herjan Atner, 46, holds on to the lead of this pack of 5.
Muqtada won't want to let him have this to get away after that little dust up they had. Rider running wide there.
This is Reza Danica, comes in. It's a start to finish victory for Reza Danica Arans. What a way to get his championship charge up to speed. He takes first, Vader Eger in second. This is the battle for P3, and coming through on the inside, or just holding on, and Astra Honda 1, 2, 3 as Herjan Atner holds off McLeod and Irfan and Warrit. Jakrapat drops down to P7. But what a day at the office for Astra Honda Racing.
Well,
1, 2 and 3.
1, 2, 3 on track. And 2 of those riders under investigation, as is the rider who finished 4th, Muqtada.
So Irfan might find himself on a podium, but a great battle nonetheless between 3 through 7. Jakrapat was the man who I think will be most disappointed with that, in that he was edged out into P7. But for the moment, it's all cheers, it's high fives, it's hand slaps, it's smiles. Let's see what the stewards can do to ruin their fun.
But there was a couple of really big digs between Herjan and Muqtada on that final corner, not just on a couple of laps ago.
Further down, good positions for Watcherin Tubtimon, his debut at this level, a P11 for him. Cao Vietnam got himself up into P8. He was the best of the chasing pack. But as you suggested, the Yamaha's underpowered Fairosi in P13, Wayuna Groho in P12. Kevin Quintal on his debut picks up a point for P15. Setu Rajiv down in P16. As for Ishii, 17. Liu Chun Mei, P18. Ruji Yun in P21. And Tanat didn't finish. No doubt about the winner though, Barry Russell.
That's it. As I said, as a wise man once said, if you can keep your head while all around you are losing theirs. That is what happened at the start, as Vida Egger got himself into a barging match. But let's see what the officials make of that. It does look like a lockout for now. 3 of the first 7 under investigation.
Nonetheless, I think we've seen enough there from Vader Egger Pratama at 15, exactly how he got the opportunity. The results are about to come up on your screen. I'm not sure if these are confirmed. There's nothing that says they're conditional, but Reza Danica Arans has taken this one by a country mile. A second clear of Vader Egger Pratama. Herjan Atner a further 7 seconds down on them, just easing out McLeod Sarapech and Irfan Ardianse and Warrit Tongnapankun from EEST NJT Racing. Jakrapat in P7. Cao Vietnam, as usual, delighted for him, 22 seconds down, but in P8 ahead of Ayoshi. Irfan Heikel, Watcherin, good job for him in P11. Wayuna Groho, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, a lot of work to do for that team. Fairosi in 13. Idlan Hakimi for IDEMITSU FIM Honda in P14. The point for Kevin Quintal. Setu Rajiv outside the points for Victor Racing, and Ishii, Liu Chun Mei, Mosin in pointless. Duk Tam 110 down. Li Ri Yun from Chinese Taipei 131 down, and 3 laps down was Tanat, who was the only casualty. So a low-key but very stress-free start for Reza Danica Arans, Barry Russell, and he'll be delighted with that.
Yep, no doubt about his quality. He converted it today after a very good week's testing and free practice and qualifying.
And Astra Honda Racing Team, we said at the start they were 1, 2, 3 on the grid. They were on pole, on qualification, they were 1, 2, 3 on the podium as well, for now. But we saw fighting work from McLaren and Irfan and Warwick and Jakrapat to suggest that this won't all be one-way traffic.
No, it definitely won't. No.
Okay, let's go down to Daniel, who is amidst the scrum there of all the hand slapping and the high-fiving, and let's see what reaction he can get after this 250 race.
So we're down here at Park Ferme with the AP 250 race 1 winner Reza Danica. Reza, that was a masterclass performance. You pulled the gap early and you kept on pulling it away. Tell us about the race.
Yeah. On this race, very difficult condition, very hot track. In the beginning, I just try to make consistent and no thinking another, just focus my pace and finally can make a victory for the opening of the season. And also I say thanks to my team, Astra Honda Racing team, also my mechanic, my family in home, and everybody support me. And for race 2, maybe I will try again. Maybe not easy, but I will try. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Reza. Congratulations to you and the team.
Reza Danica RN said he didn't find it easy in race number 1. He certainly made it look easy. Barry Russell, right from the very start, he pulled away. Bike number 127, led into the first corner, and then just went away from everybody else. It was a terrific performance.
Yeah, it's always the classiest competitors who make it look easy, but they're really working hard. And I think he summed it up well there. Well-deserved victory while there was so much arging and barging behind him. There was Herjan and Jakrapat, there was Herjan and Mukladar.
And there may still be consequences from the little bit of argy-bargy that we saw. McLaren would not be bullied, and neither would the man who came in P2, Veda Ega Pratama. But with Reza Danica and Veda Ega getting so far away, as we're seeing here, our focus was very much on the battle for P3, which in the end was won by Herjan Adna Ferdhouse. Despite all the argy-bargy that went on, he proved that when it came really down to it, he's as determined as anybody else. We keep talking about McLaren and Warwick, etc., being determined. But you're seeing here, he's saying, get out my way, woman.
Yeah, oh, he is. Herjan is really strong competitor, and it's actually really good to see this in this series. There's people who are prepared to fight for the win, and it's great to see Irfan Ardiancia coming in. New bike, new team, new category.
All change there again. This is the incident, I think, that is going to catch the eye of the stewards, but it made for great racing, and look at that behind them. Bike number 94, Warwick Tongnapakan, he was able to capitalise on that as well. He's got himself a top 6 finish as Warwick. He'll be thrilled to bits with that as well. Points on the board.
Yeah, he should be. And best privateer.
Indeed, any privateer race team that does well in this kind of company deserves all the support and praise that they can get. As once again, we're on to the last lap here. You're seeing the front two are so far away. Effectively, well, 5.5 seconds clear, but these guys are racing, so the front two are getting further and further away, and the differential between at the start and between the first group and the last group is the best part of 8 seconds.
Yeah, that's it, but Herjan kept it.
Race winner, Reza Danica, won race 1 of the season last year here at Buriram, but would not win again until the last race of the season.
And now watch round 2 of that scrap between Mukladar and Herjan.
And it does get physical, doesn't it? And Herjan, to be fair, is just holding onto his line there. He's got every right to hold that racing line. He's got himself P3 for now. The celebrations belong to Astra Honda. And the victory podium, for at least for now. I keep saying for now because there will be stewards, I think, having a look at a couple of those incidents.
Yeah, it's going to take longer than we have for the podium ceremony. So the podium ceremony will go ahead with the on-track order.
The best team award going to the Astra Honda Racing
I'm
team.
so impressed with Reza Danica.
We have been for a few years, haven't we?
Yeah.
And last season as well, he's unlucky to lose out in his pursuit of Andy Mohammed Fadli, who started the season on fire, and Reza Danica eventually caused him. do have sterling national anthems in Southeast Asia, don't we? As Reza Danica Arans enjoys Indonesia Raya. The awards for this particular race will be handed out by Dr. Nitaya Kedunchuk, Director of Office for the Professional Sports Committee, the Sports Authority of Thailand. Again, delighted that the Sports Authority are getting behind motor racing in Thailand and around Southeast Asia. The sport's so important. Erjan with was that a significant celebration? Telling everyone to be quiet. I'm certainly involved here.
Yeah. We know Herjan's quality. Now we know his quality.
15 years of age, and he'll use his elbows to protect his space as well. Bikes 44 and 46 being asked to report to race control. 44 Maklada Sarapek, 46 Herjan Atna. No problems though for this man, Reza Danica Arans. Equal on points last season with Andy Mohamed Fadli, but did not win the title. This season, I think he has that little glint in his eye that he wants to take the title. Best team, no doubts about the best team today. Astra Honda Racing, presented by Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president.
Dr. Nitaya and Mr. Stefan Karapier to take a photo with our race winners.
And should we, Barry Russell, be concerned about such Astra Honda dominance?
Yes, if you really want a competition. I think Honda Thailand they'll get the new bike sooner or later. The riders know what they have to do, and it'll be interesting to see how they respond tomorrow.
And it is a long season. It runs through until December. There are another 11 races to go. But the evidence for Astra Honda Racing is very, very encouraging as it stands at the moment. But we'll see. The stewards might have a say. The engineers might have their say. Conditions might have their say. But at the moment, here's how the championship standings look. Reza Danica Arans, 25 points. Astra Honda Racing, 20 points for Veda Ega Pratama. Herjan Atna Firdaus on 16. Maklada on 12 for Honda Racing Thailand. The Kawasaki Verfen Ardians on the Motul Sniper Mantech team, 11 points. Warrit a great 10 points for the privateers. Jakrapat, frustrating for him, Honda Racing Thailand pushed out into P7. Cal Vietnam now, Honda Racing Vietnam. As always, he is in the points. Here he will pick up 8 and no doubt will continue to perform throughout the season. So we move on to the bigger bikes. We've got 2 more beasts of racers to come. The Super Sport 600 is next, and we've got the super bikes waiting in the wings. Plenty more entertainment for you on this first day of the season at the Asia Road Racing Championships. We're going for a very short break. When we come back, it's with the Super Sports 600s.
IDEMITSU engine oils are precisely formulated for meticulously engineered Japanese car engines. We are committed to delivering optimal performance. We fulfill this commitment through 5 ultra-protective benefits known as Quintec Guard. They unleash the peak performance of treasured cars. Drive anywhere with confidence. Feel the excitement in your heart. The highest quality engine oils in the history of IDEMITSU. IDEMITSU IRG5. Start like a rocket and shift like silk with super bike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec Guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. IDEMITSU IRG5.
Very warm welcome back to Buriram. We're at the Chang International Circuit. It is day one of the new Asia Road Racing Championship season. And thanks to IDEMITSU for continued support of this competition. We've got the Supersport 600cc next, coming to you from Chang by Russell alongside me, Des Kokil, in the commentary box. And the defending champion, Andy Farid Izdihar, is no longer racing in the Supersport 600. That means Helmi Asman, who was level on points with him at the end of last season and lost on the countback, he will be coming into this championship hoping to improve on his performance. We've also got Andy Mohammed Fadli, the 250 champion, stepping up from Supersport 600, so it's a high-class field. Let's have a look at qualification to see who of all of these high-class riders did the best. And the answer is, well, Helmi Asman didn't do too badly. He started off pretty well, but in the end would have to drop down quite a little bit. Yeah. Where did Helmi finish in the end?
He finished P3, but he went out very early on qualifying tyres and kind of peaked too early.
Boonshu Honda Racing, a P3 for Helmi Asman. A lap time of 1:39.061, which would be 600ths off the pace. In second place, a man you've been following for a long time, Honda Racing Thailand, Chip Nakarin, a 1:39.015. He looked in fine form.
Yeah, he's been in good form all weekend. He's watching the fast Malaysians that we'll see a bit more of in just a few moments. But great job to do 1:39.015 this morning.
And then a bit of drama for Carol Idampawi. Kip would actually go on and be the fastest racer, but it looked like he had engine problems until he went out on the track and blew everybody away late on in the session with a time of 1:39. So Carol Idampawi, as we see him here, bike number 89, he was in 8th position, then suddenly flies through to get the fastest lap time.
Yeah, he had early smoke and oil coming from his bike. Looked as though he wasn't going to make it, but came back with that incredible time.
So Carol Idampawi is on pole. And this is the site at the Chang International Circuit. The drone showing all its glory. It's a bit closer to the sun there. There's the main grandstand. We're delighted to be involved with that. And that is the grid getting ready. And down amongst the sun is Daniel Bogas, who hopefully has got one or two people for us to talk to about. Well, before we go down to Daniel, the circuit itself with the big bikes, the 600s and the super bikes, it's still a challenge, just not as big a challenge as maybe for the 150s to post quick lap times.
Yeah, the circuit is really challenging for the 600s and 1000s. It looks simple in layout, but actually it's not when you're doing 200 or 300 kilometers per hour.
Okay, let's see what the riders themselves are thinking of this. Daniel Bogas is down on the grid.
You're down with me here on the grid for the Supersport 600 race run of the round 1 in Buriram at the Chang International Circuit. And at the front is a familiar name if you followed international racing back a few years ago. But he's back once again last year, and this season he's come with the force. It's Carol Idampawi. So we want to ask you, it's been a tough season last year, but this year you're looking a lot stronger. Topped every session. How do you feel?
Yes, this year I changed completely different from last year. I struggle a lot in every race, I think. So when I come here, everything going really well, and the team working really hard. So I'm looking to fight for this race.
You have your teammates Azroy and Helmi just behind you. Do you think that's going to help you in any way to get the lead and pull away?
Yeah, we will see, but we don't have plan, just we do our job and push until the last lap.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race. And now we're going to head one row to the back. We're going to head to P4. And it's a name that's been really making his mark here in the Supersport 600 class. It's Kito Abe, who's riding for the 1XOX TKKR racing team. We're gonna have to squeeze here and try to get a quick word with him. So Kito, we want to ask you, it's been a good performance from you this weekend. How do you feel about the race?
I think so. Very difficult race, but I pushing. Yeah, always pushing. Okay.
Thank you so much, Keito. Good luck for the race. And we're going to head a couple of rows back. Now, this is a name that was very influential in the 250 class last season. He was, of course, the champion. It's none other than Andi Muhammad Fadli. And we're going to have to go back to P13. And it's just a couple of rows back. We find Andy, sorry, it's that way. I have brought you guys in the wrong direction. But yeah, we have a lot of big names even all the way down here. But there's Andy right there getting a bit cooler in this situation. He's got the ice pack on his neck. I'm gonna try to have a quick word. So Andy, in practice and qualifying, you've closed the gap with them. Even though you're 13th, you're not that far in timing. How do you feel going into this race?
Yeah, this race is a little bit struggle because my preparation is not enough. So this race I will do my best and get the good result.
Now you've made a transition from a different manufacturer now to the Yamahas. How's the transition been as well with the change in CC?
Yeah, of course it's not easy, but I try to fast and do many practice to practicing in top group.
Thank you so much, Andy. Good luck for the race. And it's back to you, Desenberry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? He's so synonymous with Kawasaki and 250, Andi Muhammad Fadli, to actually be on a different manufacturer and going up to the 600s. It makes it very, very tough.
Yeah, for my mind, he should have gone up a year earlier. But, you know, you need the resources to do that. There's a rider happy with his team and his career at the moment, Nakarim Tirapuvapat. And here is Helmi Asman, who, of course, missed out on the 2022 championship by countback, and he's feeling the heat too, even though he comes from a very hot place, not far from the equator.
He does indeed. He won 2 races last year, 2 second places and 2 thirds. He won race number 2 of the opening round in Buriram, so he knows what it's like to win here. Ratapong Willarotum, again, you're not allowed favourites in the commentary box, but Ratapong is one of mine. He's 2 years ago, he was a genuine challenger. He was off the pace last year. Hopefully, he's back in the pace on the Yamaha this year for Yamaha Thailand Racing Team. Alongside him, Azroy Hakim Anwar, one of the 3 brothers, the 3 amigos for the Boonshu Honda Racing Team.
Yeah, very effective team, aren't they? 3 seem to work well in this championship, don't they?
It's expensive, but yes, it certainly does help. Yeah. And then you've got Panason.
Okay, just one thing to say about Panason for regular fans. He looks the same as Krichapon Kausonti. He simply changed his name. He hasn't got a clone or a twin. That is the former Krichapon.
I'm very glad you told me that. Okay, Galang Hendra Pratama. As Daniel said on the pit walk, there are some huge names here. Galang, of course, has been on the world stage. Now he's racing for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. We're hoping that Yamaha can get themselves competitive both in this competition, the 600s and the 250s. And then you've got Soichiro Minamoto, the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN.
Yeah, and isn't it good to see the Gen Blue team coming into Super Sports as well as Superbike this year? And with a really good rider in the form of Soichiro Minamoto, who won in Suzuka as a wildcard in 2019. And indeed took a P3 in the other race.
Minamoto, he's got a teammate in Ahmadafi Vanran as well, the Malaysian for Yamaha Gen Blue. So it's again, there's a 2-man team there. Hopefully they can work together to get Yamaha better positions than perhaps the qualification might suggest. Also, Astra Honda Racing, we didn't see them. Adananta Putra has stepped up from 250s up to 600s, still with the same team, Astra Honda. He's in P10. And Andi Muhammad Fadli, we had a word with him. Fadli down in P13, and Xia Juntong from China for Victor Racing is in P14, and he'll just be looking to get some respectable times on the track. If he could get into a top 10, I'm sure Xia would be thrilled to bits.
Yeah, he's been improving his times every time he goes out on track, Xia Juntong. It's great to see a Chinese rider in this championship. We will, of course, be going to China, to Zhuhai International Circuit in October this year, so warm welcome to him too.
Perfect split of 7 Hondas, the CBR 600RR, and 7 Yamahas, the YZF R6s. The Dunlop crew and the Buriram management show their support for this first round of the Super Sport 600. Here is the grid. Karel Idampawi looks refreshed, looks good. He's on pole position alongside Chip Nakarin and Helmi Asman, last year's second place.
And good to see row 2 being led by Kito Abe for 1XOX TKKR. Next to him, a resurgent, in my opinion, Ratapong Willarot. I think he'll go well, as Roy Hakim Anwar, always fast next to him.
On the third row of the grid, Kritchison stroke Panason Kaisonto for Honda Racing Thailand. He's in P7 alongside Galang Hendra Pratama for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. And Soichiro Minamoto, who I remember as a young fella in one of the earlier rounds of ARRC, he's back on the 600s. Yamaha Gen Blue Racing.
Yeah, and also coming into 600s, actually all these three for this season. Adananta Putra for Astra Honda, Gary Salim, his teammate, who's come down from Superbikes last year, and Afif Amran stepping up for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing.
And stepping up from the 250s, the 250 champion, Andy Mohammed Fadli, new bike, new category, new team, Yamaha Racing. Let's see if he can improve. And Cha Jun Tong for Victor Racing. Let's hope that he can improve on his lap times and get himself throughout the season into a position where he's maybe competing for points, for genuine points. On board with Andy Mohammed Fadli. You made the comment, you said he should have come up the year before. What makes you say that?
I think he was he performed so strongly in 2019 that honestly I think he earned the step up. You just watch riders. He started to come through in 2018. He was a dominant champion in 2019, and it just seemed like the natural trajectory, resources notwithstanding, would have been for him to go to 600s last year. Happy to see him there this year, and I think he'll grow as the season moves on.
Well, let's hope so. He's a lovely fella off the track, affable, easy to talk to. But Karel Idampawi, well, he went onto the international stage, came back, didn't have the most successful time last season, but Karel Idampawi is a genuine performer. And we've got several real world-class players here, including Ratapong Willarot. I'm glad to see that you think he's resurgent. Lovely to see how the Yamaha will perform. Right, we are all set to go. Red light is out, and a fast start there from Chip Nakarin right in the centre, and Helmi Asman goes across the track, but Chip Nakarin it is who gets off to the best of the starts. The two Boonshu Hondas there of Helmi Asman and Karel Idampawi are chasing him, but Nakarin, wow, really did get a flyer there by Russell.
Yeah, I think Chip knew that he needed to get the jump if he possibly could on Karel Idampawi. Now he's going to have to try to get inside him. I think Kip is going into the lead as they come through.
A bit of evasive action further down. I think it was Adelanta Putra from the Astra Honda who just had to make that evasive action. Well, Chip Nakarin has been caught up and overtaken. So despite that flying start, he's in P2 at the moment, and it's Helmi Asman who has got himself into P1.
Yeah, Chip pushing hard there. Behind them was Helmi Asman, who's been muscled down into 5th place now.
He has, and it's Karel Idampawi who's got himself back into the front, and somebody has gone off on the far side. That is a bad crash. I have an idea. It might be, I'm guessing, so it might be Gary Selim, but he got his line completely wrong.
Oh, okay, so that's
Bike 15, Panason.
Yeah.
And luckily he is walking away from that, because that looked very, very nasty from a distance.
I think he came off reasonably smoothly, but as soon as the bike hit the gravel, it started to tumble. Anyway, we're back, and it is Kip leading them through.
Well, the incident that forced Panason off his bike is under investigation as Karel Idampawi leads the way through for Boonshu Honda Racing, and he's got himself a 0.35 of a second lead ahead from Chip Nakarin. Behind them, you've got Minamoto, who's really made a terrific start for Yamaha Gen Blue Racing.
Yeah, great start from him. We know he's a strong racer, and Kito Abe also making his presence felt after a quiet end of the season for Kito Abe.
Well, we were wondering, Azri Hakim Anwar also involved in that crash on turn number 5. So It's good news and bad news for Boonshu Honda Racing. Azroy Hakim is out, but Karel Idampawi is leading the way.
Yeah, Chip Nakarin not letting him get away, and Soichiro Minamoto definitely going with him. They might just be dropping slightly. Helmi Asman.
Yeah, Helmi in P4. Ratapong Willerot is trying to cling onto the back there of Helmi Asman as well. Very, very early stages. It's a 12-lap race. We have completed the first one. Kip has got a lead of 0.3 of a second. Minamoto, what a great start from Minamoto if he's able to hold on. Helmi Asman, bike 32, is in P4 at the moment. As we have a look at the drone shot, just to show you the curvature of what's going on as they come now into corner number 12.
No order changes on the cards here. Nakarin took a look up the inside, but he wasn't close enough to do anything. It was just a peep.
Still 0.3 of a second, so Chip Nakarin hasn't lost any ground, hasn't made any ground. Behind them, Helmi Asman is a little bit frustrated, I think, that he's being held up by Minamoto, but Minamoto is, well, he's deservedly in third place. He made his way, Minamoto, right the way back from 9th on the grid to get himself up into P3 inside one lap. But there, Helmi Asman leaves his braking just a little bit later and slides through into P3 ahead of Minamoto, who tries the switch back but just can't get it through. Behind them, Kita Abe.
Yeah, that was a nicely calculated pass by Helmi. As clean as you like. And Kita Abe will be the next one to put a challenge into Minamoto.
And Minamoto has immediately got himself back into P2. I was wondering whether or not the Yamahas would blow the Hondas will blow the Yamahas out the way, but Minamoto is proving that the Yamahas can be competitive here, as is Abe, who tried to go around the inside there. Cheeky chappy, Kito Abe. Actually cost him a place, maybe 2 places, because Ratapong Willerot's come through on the inside of Abe.
Yeah, the passes, if you can make them. I think Helmi's was on Minamoto was a good example. Keep it clean. When it gets scrappy, you're going to lose places. And now Ratapong is in front of Kito Abe.
He's got himself ahead of Abe. Ratapong bike number 56 and closing in on the back there of Mohammed Helmi Asman for Boonshu Honda. But Karel Idampawi is still leading the way as we focus on Ratapong, the blue Yamaha of Yamaha Thai Racing.
And Gary Salim behind these front 5 contenders.
Race number 1 of a 12-race season in the Supersport 600cc. 14 starters, but Panason and Azroy Hakim out in a spectacular first lap crash on turn number 5. Since then, Karel Idampawi has been able to establish quite a lead. And this is world-class quality from Karel Idampawi if he can carry it on. He's slowly but surely pulling a bigger gap over Chip Nakarin. It was 0.3, it's up to 0.6 now. And Chip Nakarin is a further second ahead of Soichiro Minamoto. Indeed, Minamoto has lost P3 to Helmi Asman.
Yeah, he's fighting back, but Helmi can see what's going on ahead of him, and he wants to have a piece of that top 2 action.
Yeah, that Honda CBR 600 power is coming into real play at the moment. Minamoto is in 4, Ratapong Willerot ahead of Kito Abe in 5, Yamaha 4, 5, 6, Honda 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, Nakarin knew he needed to get in front of Kip if he could, but that only lasted 1 or 2 corners. And here they come. Oh, what a shot this is, Des.
This is over corner number 12. Who's that? Abe goes through on the inside. You could just see how tight it is. He just squeezes through on the inside, Abe, and it's again, well, Ratapong Willerot was just forced to give just a little bit, so Abe's got himself up into P5. Perfect shot to see it, that drone shot.
That was beautiful, yeah.
Karel Idampawi leads the way. Kip, they call him. And he's sleepwalking his way here quite comfortably. 1/3 of the way through. Chip Nakarin in P2. Helmi Asman now up into P3.
Yeah, Helmi wants a word with these front two. He needs to get himself clear of Soichiro.
Minamoto tries to get into the slipstream. It's not quite working. What are they lapping out? 1:39.7. High 1:39.7s, 1:39.8s for the top three. Minamoto a second slower. Well, to be fair, Minamoto isn't falling too far behind Helmi Asman. And there's a great battle between Ratapong and Kito Abe. Ratapong's got himself ahead of Kito Abe in P5. You do feel there's just a little bit of extra grunt power in the Hondas.
Yeah, you do. The Yamaha was the bike of choice until Yamaha released the new one in their new R6 in 2019, I think it was. And then it's become very level since then, with Honda shading the advantage.
Khalid and Powie will be leading as they come through. End of lap number 5, having to work really hard there. Helmi Asman. Sometimes being light on these big beasts is not the best thing, is it? Because you've got to really push your body down, get the back wheel sticking to the track.
Yeah, that's it. And he's not really making an impression on Chip Nakarin ahead of him, and he can't seem to shake off Soichiro Minamoto and Ratapong Willarot.
Minamoto had a little look around the inside. Ratapong comes around the outside. Kito Abe is there. That's a good battle for P4. Behind them, Kenny Salim not a million miles away, and neither is Andy Mohammed Fadli, who's got himself up into P8. That's encouraging.
Yeah, Fadli just 3.3 seconds down, that's decent.
There's the Yamahas and Abe. 1 and 2 inside, 3 Helmi Asman.
But it's Ratapong challenging Helmi now. But he may be held up by Soichiro.
Minamoto had such a fabulous first lap, but he's gone back a little bit there, and Minamoto is under pressure now. He was in P2 at one stage, he's now down to P5 and under pressure. Glad to see Azri Hakim Anwar is walking away from that one. And I think we saw Panasom walking away from it as well, so what looked to be a very, very nasty crash. Glad to say he's got no real casualties.
Yeah, here to that.
Ratapong Willarot. Is he able just to stay close to those Hondas? As Khalid and Powie goes through, half a second clear of Chip Nakarin. Helmi Asman is another 0.6 down. And then there's a gap of 0.7 to Ratapong.
Ratapong really needs to get clear if he can from the two Japanese riders behind him, Soichiro and Kito Abe. Gary Salim just a little bit adrift of that battle.
He's working on that, is Ratapong, as yeah, I tell you what, Kito Abe has gone through on Soichiro Minamoto. And further down, let's just have a look. Andy Mohammed Fadli chasing a Kawasaki. There's one for the books. The race lead, still Khalid and Powie from first corner. He was fastest in qualification. Ratapong, as you're saying, is looking much, much happier on this bike. It was tough to see him struggle last season.
Yeah, what we saw last season often was him starting quickly and then dropping back. This seems to be a reversal of that trend. I mean, he did have a bit of a moment there a couple of corners ago, which has let the two Japanese riders behind him get closer.
Well, at midpoint of this race, it's all been about Honda at the moment. There's Khalid and Powie and Chip Nakarin, or Andy Mohammed Fadli. His race is over. He ends in the gravel, third casualty. So the step up to 600 for the 250 champion. It ends up in the dirt. And we've got the perfect view of it.
Just classic low side. Well, he'll have learnt something from that.
You've learned the gravel is soft.
Yes. If you don't fall off, you're not going fast enough.
Well, Ratapong in P4, and Gary Salim, to his credit, he's got himself ahead of both Kito Abe and Minamoto. Salim is one who we've been following for a long time. He's always middle of the road, but always competitive, Gary Salim. As you say, he's come down from 600 from Superbikes into 600s.
And he's won 600 races before.
Yep.
Helmi Asman having a good look at the back of the Honda of Chip Nakarin there.
Karolidin Pawi is the man who is still comfortably leading the way. It's more of a battle for P2 though. Helmi is, as you just said, on the back of Chip Nakarin, last season's runner-up by the narrowest of margins on a countback. He would just like to get that championship to his own name. It's Moonshu Honda 1 and 3, and one back in the pits already. Hazroy Hakim Anwar. Moonshu Honda would love it to be a 1-2. Chip Nakarin would like Honda Racing Thailand to certainly be on the podium. It looks like he'll get on the podium, but what position?
Yeah, Nakarin starting to wrestle with that Honda. A lot more movement there. He's having to fight a little bit to keep the power in the right place. And you know what? The boss of Honda just said something like I just said, but in Thai. International language.
Heat might come into a play here. These longer races, it is still searingly hot out there. I know you're focused, but just a little lapse of concentration could cost you. Particularly if you're Chip Nakarin and somebody is breathing down your neck.
Yeah, tyres will be degrading. Nobody in the 139s currently. So they were all in the earlier laps. First 5 laps, we had a few 139s. Now they're all in the mid 140s basically amongst the faster riders.
Ratapong Willarot, he's got pressure from Abe and from Salim. That's the battle for P4. He hasn't been able to make much of headway. You said maybe 2 or 3 laps ago he needed to make headway, but there's a mistake there. And that is Gary Salim gone through.
Yeah, this is a good race for Gary.
He's worked his way up neatly from the tail end. Where was he on? He started P11 on the grid. He's got himself up into P4 as Kito Abe comes on the inside of Ratapong, and just at the time I was talking about needing to keep your focus twice in 2 corners, Ratapong Willarot just lets the focus disappear a little bit and loses 2 places as a result.
Yeah, those front 3 looking good. They've got a gap of 1.3 seconds on the rest.
It's not cut and dried, you know. Karolidin Pawi is only half a second clear of the 2 behind him, as yes, Helmi Asman goes through to P2.
Chip tries to switch back, but he can't.
Now then, has Helmi got enough to catch up? Oh, Chip Nakarin is trying to really immediately fight back and has got himself back into P2.
Yeah, he got good drive out of that corner.
But they're both closing on Karolidin Pawi, who's been in the lead for so long. It's sometimes difficult to keep pushing when you're in the lead. The difference was as much as a second at one stage. It's now down to inside half a second and even less than the last time check. That last time check was at the end of the previous lap.
Yeah, they're going to be in a very close group very soon.
That will be with 2 laps to go, unless Karolidin Pawi was just holding something for the last couple of laps. Chip Nakarin in P2, yeah, he's close right up onto the tail there of Karolidin Pawi.
You've got the heat, you've got the tyre degradation. And who's the fittest rider out of those? Who knows? They've all been training pretty hard during the winter, I think.
Karolidin Pawi does look fit, I've got to say. He looks like just a couple of kilos have come off, and he's looking very toned as well. 2 laps to go, 3 at the front, less than 0.6 of a second now between 1 and 3. It was 1.8, 1.9 seconds at one stage. This is very, very much a race now by Russell.
Yeah, and Chip Nakarin, he likes to slide that bike into turn 3. He just did it again. He's got a good drive out. And trying to pick up a toe from Kip just in front of him. They've just got away a little bit from Helmi.
It was here on the previous lap where Helmi Asman got ahead of Chip Nakarin, and Chip has responded magnificently.
Yeah, he senses this, doesn't he? And we've got another Yamaha down.
Afif Amran stepping up to 600 once again.
Yeah, leapfrogging a class, and yeah, it's not easy. So 2 of the new riders down.
4 casualties in all.
Yeah, but this is a really good battle going on at the front. We've got just 1 lap after this one left.
Yeah, this is a race now as Nakarin looks down the inside. Nakarin just is closed off there by Karol Idampawi, but we're coming into the final lap, and this is the kind of race that we anticipated. Karol Idampawi got off to such a solid start, looked like he would run away from him. Do not count Helmi Asman out of this either.
Yeah, Helmi's there.
This is what the management love it.
Yeah, you can see a lot of tension and excitement there, and anticipation.
Behind them, Kito Abe, Jerry Salem, and Minamoto's got ahead of Ratapong, who's fallen away as Nakarin takes a tighter line, slides through. What kind of a drive will he get out of the hairpin? Karol Idampawi powers away. Just looked like he was going to lose the back end just for a second there.
And Helmi right back up with them as well.
The difference was 0.5 of a second.
Oh, Helmi was, Chip was held up there. He wanted to get past, and now he just kept his momentum.
He's got past, but is the switchback going to count against him? No, he's able to hold on. Chip Nakarin has the lead for the first time.
Yeah, and it's a hard switch to the right here, but he's going to make it. So he's ahead of Kip.
Karol Idampawi, who looked like he was going to take this victory, now finds himself under pressure for P2. As Helmi Asman has got himself close by as well, but Chip Nakarin has a lot of work to do. It will all come down to the final corner.
I think you've said that once or twice before, haven't you? But here we go.
Karol Idampawi, 89, takes the inside line. Chip Nakarin is able to hold on. Is he? Chip Nakarin, Karol Idampawi on the inside. Karol Idampawi takes the victory on corner number 12.
He had the line. Chip couldn't hold it steady. And in the end, he won by 0.2 of a second, which doesn't sound like much, but he came from behind to do that. He's going to be disappointed with that.
Helmi Asman couldn't hold on to P3 as the inquest for Chip goes on. Behind them, Kito Abe, Salem, Minamoto, and Ratapong finished 4 to 7. But Karol Idampawi, it was his to lose. He almost lost it, and then he won it back on the final corner.
Yeah, he beat a local rider on the final turn. All credit for that. And he's maintained not just a perfect weekend's racing, but perfect 2 test days earlier this week as well.
Indeed, he didn't have a win at all in the championship last season. He started off, Karol Idampawi, by saying to the others, there's the standard. I'm international quality. And this is how we did it.
Yeah, Chip, wheel in the air, braking very deep, very late. It's deceptive, isn't it? Because that line was just perfect. Chip was out of shape. And he just chopped in front of him in a clean way. Helmi Asman nice and safe through to P3.
Absolutely clean. So Chip Nakarin, I think, can take an awful lot out of this race, but will be fundamentally frustrated that he was unable to take the victory.
Yeah, he hasn't notched up a win in this class yet.
As for Helmi Asman, well, 3rd place. At one stage he was a long, long way down. I don't think he will have expected anything better than 3rd place going into the final lap. But that's a healthy performance for Bunshu Honda. The winner, Karol Idampawi, Bunshu Honda Racing. He's finished 0.28 of a second clear of Chip Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand. Helmi Asman a further 0.3 down. Kito Abe winning the battle ahead of Gary Salim. That's very healthy for Gary Salim, Master Honda Racing P5. Minamoto, Yamaha Gem Blue Racing just holding off Ratapong. Guilarat frustrating 7th for Ratapong. Adnan Taputra stepping up from 250s, finishes in P8. Galang Hendra Pratama, Yamaha Racing Indonesia, 16 seconds off the pace. Shah Jun Tong, top 10 for Victor Racing because of the attritional rate that saw Ahmad Afif Amra, Andy Mohamed Fadli, Azroy Hakim Amwa and Panason all crash out. So only 10 finishers, but Carol Idampawi top of the pile.
Yeah, this is such a competitive field. It's not the biggest field. As you said, with 4 out, there was only 10 finishers, but my goodness, there's some depth. Big smiles there. Smiles from Astra Honda, smiles from the sponsors. Saw the representative from Alpine Stars leaning over there.
You talked about the fitness, and you just look at the fitness of Carol Idampawi. He looks different to last year. Helmi always has really looked after himself, but Kip does look very, very strong.
Yeah, they've just been through quite something.
Well, Carol Idampawi is back. Bunshu Honda Racing are back.
Yeah, there was a lot of anticipation last season about Kip's return to this series, but now he is well and truly back.
As for the rest, Kito Abe getting a very healthy P4 ahead of Gary Salim. And let's head down to the Park Ferme where Daniel, I think, is ready for his interviews.
So we're down here at Park Ferme with P3, Helmi Asman. So great result for the team, you in 3rd and Carol Idampawi up in 1st. But that looked like a tough race.
Yes, firstly I want to say Syukur Alhamdulillah, thanks to my team, Bunshu Honda Racing team, and thanks to my family and all of my friends. Yes, this race is very hot for me because temperature also about 65 degrees. So I try to catch them, and yes, very hard, but Kip has strong pace for this weekend. So I just finished P3 and I will try in the race too. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Helmi, congratulations. And now in P2, we have Nakarin Atirapuapat. So he's just taking the celebratory photos. So Nakarin, what a race that was. Right at the end, you nearly had it, but just at the final turn as always.
Yeah, not so bad race. I feel very hot on the tire. Too much sliding. In the last lap, I tried to back away, but little mistake in the last corner. Just push too much.
Oh, sorry, there's always a second chance tomorrow. Good luck for tomorrow, and congratulations on a fantastic 2nd place.
Thank you.
And now the race winner, we have none other than Carol Idampawi. So Kip, what a fantastic race it was. You topped every session in this weekend, and now you topped the race. How do you feel?
Yes, really happy, and thank you to all my team. They worked really hard for this weekend, also in the test. So in the race, in the beginning, I was trying to pull away. I see the gap was 0.5. Then after 7 or 6 lap, I don't have so much grip on the rear. I just come down and then try to manage everything. I knew rider was behind me, and then Chip was past me in the turn 5. I just keep going with him, and then he braked too late in the last corner. And I just keep my rhythm, and then I win the race. Really happy. Thank you to all my team, especially to my wife and family support me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kip. Congratulations.
Asia Road Racing Championship, Supersport 600, first race of the season. Carol Idampawi on pole position, but under immediate pressure from Thailand's Chip Nakarin, the Honda Racing Thailand racer, getting into the first corner first. Barry Russell alongside me, Des Corkill in the commentary box. And Chip Nakarin, although he's second in this shot here, from the very first moment, he was out there to really prove something to the Thai audience.
Yeah, he was, and he kept it there all the way through. He nearly won. It was an error, as he said, on the final corner that took the win away from him after coming through very late. But wonderful performance from IDEMITSU. He didn't make any mistakes. He did have problems with the bike, but managed them.
This is the corner number 12, and Karol IDEMITSU at one stage looked like he was going to get away behind him. That's a great shot of Kito Abe getting through into P5 ahead of Ratapong Willarot. A great start by Minamoto as well. The ASEAN driver, the Yamaha ASEAN driver for Gem Blue had come through from P9 to get himself up into P3 at one stage, would in the end up in P6. And Helmi Asman, last season, he was second in the championship standings by the closest margins. Couldn't get any better than P3 today.
Yeah, and Ratapong Willarot, he got himself at the front of that chasing group, but faded towards the end. Another frustrating race for him, it has to be said.
There is Ratapong Willarot, as you say, leading that group, and then that's the mistake where he lost 2 places in very, very quick succession. Inside a couple of corners, he went from P4 to P5, and then would lose out to Kito Abe here on to lose down into P6 as well. So Ratapong, frustrating way to come back, as you can see him there losing to Kito Abe, that second place once again. He would have eventually finished 7th. Up at the front though, it was building up to a fabulous finale as Karol IDEMITSU was being clawed in, hauled in by Chip Nakarin. In fact, Nakarin would go on and take the lead.
Yeah, it was a 3-way battle for a few laps. Once he lost his lead, once his tyres went off, and he knew he had to fight, but he didn't make any mistakes.
You did say during commentary that Chip Nakarin was sliding just a little bit, and that would be crucial in the end. Maybe the grip was just lost, but it came down into the final corner. Chip Nakarin, bike number 41, thinks he's left the braking a little bit late, slides a little bit wide. Karol IDEMITSU is able to hold on, and Karol IDEMITSU goes on to record his first win since he came back to Super Sport 600. Cue the celebrations at a maximum 25 points for Karol IDEMITSU.
Yeah, disappointment for the other Bunsu Honda rider. We almost forgot about the magnificent Azroy Hakim Anwar,
Indeed,
who went out very early. But here are the successes for today.
Yes, as we look at the podium, let's remember the 4 guys who did crash out. It was a tough debut for Andy Mohammed Fadli, a tough debut for Azroy Hakim Anwar. Ahmed Afif Amran for Azroy Hakim, and also for Panason. So everyone only remembers the winners, don't they? And we'll talk about them after the national anthem of Malaysia. Malaysia flag draped around his shoulders. It's always nice for Karol IDEMITSU to prove that he hasn't gone. He's had a win-less season and his return to the ARRC last year, but now he's back on the winners' podium. Winners presenter, Mazunori Enomoto, Managing Director for IDEMITSU Lubricant Asia Pacific. As always, great thanks to the sponsors and the supporters of the Asia Road Racing Championships. Chip Nakarin, he took the defeat quite well in the interview, Barry.
Yeah, he's a graceful kind of guy. He's a gent. And annoyed with himself. He doesn't look for excuses. That's one of the nice things about him.
Carolyn Powie thanking his wife. Quite rightly too. He looks a far more contented operator than he did when he first came back on the scene. Stefan Carapier will be the man handing out the prize to the team award, which will be to Bunchu Honda Racing. And they're back looking really competitive once again at Supersport 600 Bunchu Honda. Perennial winners at one stage. Now they've got a lineup that offers them a potential champion once again. Race 1 of 12, nothing is ever decided in the early stages of a season, but it's always satisfying to get off to a winning start. And that's exactly what Carolyn Powie has done. The fledgling championship standings show that Carolyn Powie is the championship leader with 25 points ahead of Chip Nakarin for Honda Racing Thailand on 20 and Helmi Asman on 16. Kito Abe, looking forward to seeing if Kiko can build on that for one XOX TKR Racing team. 13 points for him. Gary Salem, a very healthy 11 for him. Minamoto did brilliantly to get up into P3 at one stage, 10 for him. Ratapong Willarot will be frustrated to only pick up 9, having been in P3 at one stage. Adananta Putra, having come up from 250s, picks up 8 points for Astra Honda Racing Team. One more race to go today, and that is the big boys. It is the Superbikes, and they will be making their appearance after a very short break. We're at the Chang International Circuit at Buriram in Thailand. This is the Asia Road Racing Championships with the Superbikes coming up after the break. A very warm welcome back to the land of smiles. We are in Thailand. It's the Asia Road Racing Championships. It's the Superbikes 1000 cc's coming up next. It's the big boys, it's the beasts, it's the second full season we've had of these fantastic machines, and we've got a very, very high quality group of riders out there. There aren't many, there's only 12 of them, but amongst those 12 there's some genuine quality. There's Corkle and Barry Russell with the commentary for you today. And I think let's have a look at the best of the qualification that took place earlier on. And in qualification, Haruki Noguchi would get himself into a very, very useful position. He was only denied by injury an almost certain title last season, the young Japanese on the Honda CBR 1000 RRR, and it looked like he was straight back into good form, Barry Russell.
Yep, and he did a very good run yesterday. He seemed to be doing a race simulation when he was clocking consistent 136s, which is race-winning lap times.
Bike number 95, Pasawit, one of your local Thai favourites. He did pretty well as well. This is Noguchi, actually, my apologies. Andy Faradizda, who stepped up from 600 to 1000. He was the first rider we saw. This is Noguchi, and is he fully fit?
He's almost fully fit. I had a word with him and his team manager. His team manager says he's fully fit. Haruki says maybe. There is still a problem with a bone out of line. It's not a dangerous problem, but it's just a little uncomfortable for him.
You need to be fully fit because we've got Marcus Reiterberger, a genuine world-class racer, racing for 1XOX BMW TTR racing team and posting a lap time of 1:35.008, and looking pretty impressive was the German on the BMW, but not as impressive as the defending champion, Zakwan Zaidi, the only guy to post inside 1:35.
Yeah, in qualifying, Zakwan came out late on his qualifying tyre and beat the time convincingly of Marcus. And he was the only rider into the 1:38. So it was a great performance tactically and as a fast lap by Zakwan. The smile says it all.
Yeah, the thumbs up really does show. He's looking fit, he's looking strong, he's looking really healthy. And he knows his way around this circuit. He's raced it so many times. So it might give him a slight advantage over the likes of Reiterberger, who won't have seen Buram as often.
Not as often, no, for sure. No.
Let's go down to Daniel Bogas, who's on the grid, and I'm sure there's some big names for him to talk to.
So we're down here on the grid for the ASB 1000 Race 1. It's about to start in about 10 minutes, I think. And right now you can see all the teams getting the bikes prepared on the grid. And we can see over here, qualified first on pole position is the rider cooling down with the blower down his neck there. So we're going to have a quick word with Zakwan. So Zakwan, you've been consistent all weekend and it was a fantastic qualifying from you. How do you feel with the conditions coming up?
Yeah, this condition is unbelievable. Too hot. Difficult to say, but I try to make pace. It's not easy, it's very hot. Then the tire sure is struggle a lot. But we need to make some strategy. If I have a big fight, I need to stay in the front group. And sure, if I have an advantage, I try my best to pull away.
I mean, even with your fantastic pole lap, we know that Marcus Reiterberger and Haruki Noguchi are really coming up the rear. So do you think it's going to be a lot more challenging now with that pressure, with the heat?
Yeah, I think definitely this guy is very, very fast and sure is coming interesting. And I think hopefully I try my best in the race and hope I try to get some win. And yeah, I will do, sure. Yes.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Good luck for the race coming up. And now we're going to head down to row 3. We're going to have a talk with one of the Japanese riders. It's none other than Kenneth Kubo. So Kenneth Kubo, if those who watch Moto2 will be familiar with his name, he has come now into the ASB 1000 category and has been quite impressive so far. So we're going to try to get a quick word with him after the official photographs. It's a team photographs going on now, so let's grab a quick word. So Kenneth, it's been a decent weekend for you. I think the timing's not too far off. How do you feel coming in with the heat now?
Yeah, The first I'm happy to be back in Asia Road Racing, and yeah, this weekend is a bit difficult for me. I have some problem in my arm, and yeah, I try to be better in every session, and yes, it's becoming better, but for me, it's not enough. And this is the first race for this year. My target is finish the race and try to push everything much I can for get a good result. Yeah, I think today was fun. The temperature is very hot also. I think many things will happen in this race.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Good luck for the race. And now we're going to head a couple of riders to the left now. And we're going to reach none other than the young Australian impressing us on the grid, Lachlan Epis. So Lachlan, first of all, this is your official welcome to the Asia Road Racing Championship grid. How do you feel coming in?
Yeah, I feel good. You know, we're really close to the second row there in qualifying. I feel like our pace is strong. I'm already quite comfortable now with these Dunlop tyres, and the bike's been unreal all weekend, so I'm looking forward to seeing where we end up after 13.
This is a bit of a question for the fans. What brings you to Asia Road Racing Championship? Like, what made you decide to race here?
You know, I was able to come over here once for one round in 19, and this championship's incredible. The level is really high, the fans are awesome. Everything has just been perfect, so I'm enjoying it, and I'm looking forward to a full year.
Thank you so much. Good luck for the race coming up. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thank you very much, and yes, welcome to Lachlan. Down in P9 though, so the Evolution Sports Group, it's one of the privateers. They've had a tough old time making an impression, but he's dead right. There's some pretty high-profile races out there, including this fella, Marcus Reiterberger, for one XOXB TKR racing team on the BMW. He's in it to win it today.
Oh, he certainly is, yeah. Hugely experienced racer. We've seen him here back in 2016 in World Superbike, where he took a P5.
And of course, Noguchi, who, as usual, delays getting onto his bike for as late as possible, taking as much time in the shade as possible. And it is searing heat out there. When the riders themselves are commenting on it, it must be hot, because they have high tolerances for pain.
Well, these are, yeah, as in Zakwan, a Malaysian rider complaining about this. A man from the equator, basically.
Well, there he is, Haruki Noguchi. We hope he is fully recovered from that nasty injury that effectively cost him the title. He was doing so well last season, and it went away from him. Then you've got Pasawit from Astemo SI Racing with Thai Honda. Are we expecting him to be up near the front at any stage, or is this just a really good qualification?
I think we can expect to see him racing near the front. Pasawit, his rookie season was last year, and he did well, and he is a rookie for this season, but what a high quality one.
Certainly is. He stepped up. He's the defending champion for the 600s, but stepped up to the superbikes for today. And remember how dramatic it was when he won on this straight at the tail end of last year in the 600s. Alongside him, Kazma Daniel, third in the championship last year, only 4 points off taking the title. That's how good it was, but he's down in P6 at the moment. Yamaha Gem Blue Racing Asia. Still looking for Kazma to really make that big step up, because you know it's in him.
Setup issues there for the bike. They've made some changes, and they haven't quite got a base setting. Just behind there is Suhatai, who won the wet race in here back in November. The cheeky one just behind this rider, Jakrit Swangsawat, another experienced Thai rider. Not quite as old as the man standing behind him, but yeah, anyway, really good team, and great to have them here. Great to have Lachlan here as well, and good to hear his positive comments.
Yeah, very positive. One of two Australians, because alongside Lachlan Epis, or one place behind, you've got Anthony West, who is representing Victor Racing. Although this is a shot we have of Teo Yujo, who's with the privateer Savitar Team Asia. Now, alongside him, Aslan Shah. Now, I'm wondering, no, Anthony West.
Yeah, I don't know where Ant West is, and Aslan, who's been really competitive in free practice yesterday. He looked really good. had problems all the way through qualifying. Something between the connection between the throttle
An
and the
absentee.
engine wasn't working.
Ante West is not there at the moment.
So if he's not there now, he will... They're going to set off shortly. He's going to have to start from pit lane if he does. So, on the one hand, great to see Ant West back in the championship. On the other hand, he hasn't really been competitive. He's on an older Yamaha R1.
We're just trying to find if we can find out some information as why Ant West was not on the podium. Sorry, not on the grid. While we get that information, we've been given from Dunlop the tyre choices as the Buriram management have their moment in the sun, and I promise you it's sun, quite right, quite sensibly he's in the shade. Makes sense, still looking cool, no matter how hot it is. But the tyre selections, and Zakwan Zaidi has gone for medium on the front and medium on the back. Marcus Reiterberg alongside him has gone for hard on the front, medium on the back, as has Haruki Noguchi. So an interesting selection there. Tyre degradation could come into play.
Yeah, most of the Hondas going for medium, except for Haruki Noguchi, who's got a hard front and a medium rear. So he will be torturing that front tyre in the heat.
Right,
yeah.
Bike 13, Anthony West is going to be starting from the pit lane. Doesn't he look happy about that?
Yeah, he hasn't had a happy return to the championship. We know the bike's not fully competitive. We know that given a chance, Ant West will always be fully competitive, even at the age now of 41. There's a whole lot of quality there in that rider.
But you could tell just from the body language there, he is absolutely fuming. Even his bike's 3 seconds off the pace, so he's not going to win, but he is so ultra competitive that he would want to be certainly a lot closer to that, and then for the bike to then require to start from the pit lane, that's a real problem.
Yeah, he spent most of his career in one way or another fighting adversity, whether it's been on the personal side, on the mechanical side. That is the story of Ant West, really.
Okay, still plenty of quality on display. I'm looking to see how Andy Farid Izdahar is able to make the step up from 600s to the superbikes, to see if Kazma Daniel can build on what was an incredibly encouraging season last year, just 4 points off winning the title. If he is able to step up, wait and see if Haruki Noguchi is able to build on what was a fabulous first season for him as well. Here is the grid. Zakwan Zaidi, the defending champion, on pole, the only man inside 135. Marcus Reiterberger, the German, 1XOS BMR TK car racing team, which is easier written than said. He's on P2. Haruki Noguchi for the SRG Hark Pro team on P3. Potential champion if he gets it right.
Indeed. Row 2 led by Pasawit Titiwararak for Astemo S1 Racing with Thai Honda. Next to him, you were just talking about Andy Farid Izdahar for Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa, and Kazma Daniel Kazmayuddin on the Yamaha Gen Blue Racing R1.
Kevin Kubo, Yamaha Gen Blue Racing Team ASEAN. He's on P7. Jackrit alongside him, who we didn't really have a look at, but the EST NJT Racing Team. Jackrit will try to be competitive. Lachlan Epis making his debut on the superbikes here in the ARRC.
Yeah, qualifying 10th, but starting from pit lane, of course, is Anthony West. And next to where he should have been is Tiao Yu Zhou. And starting last, because he couldn't take part in qualifying, Aslan Shah Kamaruzaman, the multiple ARRC champion. Okay, so just had an update that Ant West will go out with the formation lap and start from the back, which won't make a whole lot of difference.
Correct. Correct. But at least he's starting from the track. Which
Yeah,
is,
pit lane starts are horrible, yeah.
As we wait for him to make his mark, there he is. He's allowed to join the formation lap.
Yeah, it's a sensible use of the regulations. He'll just be a little bit angrier.
So Zakwan is the man with the target on his back. Zakwan is the defending champion. Zakwan always seems to be there or thereabouts. He's won 600 titles. Now he's got a Superbikes title to his name as well. But there's real quality. Noguchi, Reiterberger, Andy Farid, Kazma Daniel. Aslan Shah, if he gets it right, actually.
Yeah, I had a message on one of my social media apps shouting for Haruki Noguchi from his fans in Japan. So, shout out and greetings to our friends in Japan who are tuning in.
He did look so like he was going to win the title last year, and then where he had the injury. He missed Buram. He missed the final round here in Buram due to injury. And Zakwan Zaidi picked up 2 5th places, which were just enough to pip him by 3 points.
Yeah.
Zakwan won the first race of the season here in Buram last year, didn't have another win. So he started last season in red-hot form as well.
Yeah, this is his favourite track, self-declared for Zakwan. He's super fit. The bike is in exactly the shape he wants it now, which it wasn't for the whole of last season. So this is a very, very good opportunity for him indeed to have a successful opening to his championship defence. And nice to see him carrying that #1 plate too.
He's coming to the peak of his career. You forget how young Zakwan is. He's been so successful for so long, certainly in Asia. But what is he now? He's 27 now, and that is peak racing career over the next 3 or 4 years.
Definitely, yeah. So he's got a fast German inside him and a very fast Japanese on the other side of him, and some real quality just behind.
So Zakwan in the red, Reiterberger in the green, Haruki in the white and black. Lights are out. The start is strong from Reiterberger, but then trying to accelerate away was Zakwan Zaidi, and Zakwan has the lead, but Reiterberger looked like his BMW had made a pretty good start there, but Zakwan has powered away then down this back straight, and he's taken 30, 40 meters off Reiterberger, having looked like it made a stationary start.
Yeah, that was an amazing stretch down that straight from Zakwan, and Reiterberger has just been duffed up. Is that
trying to go through the inside was Noguchi, Noguchi, and going through the inside, Pasowit.
Yeah, it was Pasowit who duffed him up there. Haruki made the worst start I've seen him make in ARRC, actually. But he was running fantastic pace, as I was saying earlier on, in free practice 3 yesterday, which was pretty much at exactly the same time that we're racing now.
The big BMW of Markus Reiterberger, he's in the mix there. Where's the other BMW at the back, just making his way through a couple of places already? Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, he has made his way through to P, what are we, 8 or 9 at the moment.
Yeah, Aslan, of course, had a very frustrating season last year. The BMW just didn't work for him. We didn't see anything like the best of the multiple champion. But on this new BMW, we've seen much more of the old Aslan, competitive, happier, until qualification this morning.
There he is through, bike number 25. He's got himself up into P7, ahead of Jack Grit and Lachlan Epis. Anthony West has got himself ahead of Teo Yu Zhou. Let's get himself into the top 11. Kevin Kubo has dropped down quite a little bit, but look at the front, look at the pace being set by Zakwan Zaidi.
It's 0.8 of a second. Haruki coming through now.
Gucci and Pasowit in 3 and 4. Andy Farid Izdahar's got up there as well. Andy Farid got it, was in P3 at the end of the lap. He's just lost the pace there, Andy. Daniel down in P6, great names. Just hope that the mechanics and the machinery holds up to the names that are riding them.
I think in these teams, particularly Honda Dream Racing by Showa and STG, I mean, the bike preparation is just superb. And BMW have a whole host of official factory technicians in the garage as well.
If that is if Aslan Shah has got ahead of Kazma. Indeed he has. Aslan Shah Kamrazaman's got himself up to P6. What a fabulous start by the BMW. The BMWs are looking a lot more competitive this season.
Yep, it's a new machine. Look at the huge wings they've got on the front, Des.
Asia Superbikes 1000cc, race number 1 of a 12-race season. Zakwan Zaidi, defending champion on pole. Gosh, he's having to work so hard to hold on to that BMW. Here's Reiterberger. He did do. Andy Farad is the heart. Well, this is an impressive opening to his debut. I was hearing from his pit crew how he's loving the step up to 1000s, and this is what motorcycling is all about.
Yeah, he told me himself he was the first rider I bumped into when I got here on Wednesday, and honestly, if the British people watching will understand this, he was like a dog with two tails. He was so happy to be in Superbikes. It's like, finally, I've made it, and I love it. I love the power, I love the electronics. No trepidation whatsoever about going up to this level.
There he is in P3 ahead of Haruki Noguchi, who we must not forget is a young man himself. He was so impressive last year, Noguchi, that it was almost like he was a veteran, but he's in his early 20s and still got an awful lot to learn. Andy Farad has to stand up because Noguchi shows that he learned a few lessons last year.
Yeah, he did. I think he brought a few lessons from the All Japan Championship. That's a really big boys series. He came here as the let's have another look at this. It was a hard move, no doubt. Honda on Honda, SDG on Honda Asia Dream Racing. He stood him up. That was hard but fair.
You can almost see Andy Farad. Where do you come from, though? As Andy Farad goes round in P4, 600 champion. But there is Noguchi. Andy Farad in P4. Zakwan's lead is just half a second. Reiterberger's been able to hold on to him. And Aslan Shah Kamrazaman is just lost a place to Pasowit. And Kazma Daniel down in P7. Jakrit Lakanepis in 9th. Kubo 10th. Anthony West 11th ahead of Tio Nujo.
And Zakwan hasn't been able to get away, so in a few laps' time, when tyre wear starts to become a factor, it'll be really interesting to see how the Honda of Zakwan competes with the BMW of Reiterberger at the front.
Well, it was the front tyre differential, isn't it? Zakwan has gone for the medium compounds, which you suspect he wants to establish himself a lead with, because tyre degradation will come a little bit quicker, but he's not been able to get away from Reiterberger. Noguchi in P3.
So it could be that the riders behind him may chisel away that early advantage of Zakwan as tyre wear and heat and fatigue. Perhaps not fatigue in the case of Zakwan, because he is super fit.
Everyone in the top 6 lapping around about the 136 mark. A 136.1 for Zakwan, a 136.4 for Aslan Shah. So 4 tenths between 1 and 6. So it's pretty good lap times. Out of them, Kazma 137, as was Jakrit. Epis 137, as was Kubo. Anthony West 138.6. So working his engine as hard as he possibly can.
And look how hard Haruki Noguchi is pushing now. He did a long stint yesterday, like a race simulation. The lap times were really consistent and he qualified well. He made a bad start, which hasn't helped his race, but he's looking okay now. With 9 laps left, and he's got the fastest lap.
Really has a 135.7. Is that the first one inside 135? Got a 135.9 from Reiterberger.
Yeah, Marcus has got one.
If the gamble was to get away, a long way away, it's not really worked for Zakwan Zaidi. And that might come back to haunt him a little bit with tyre wear.
Yeah, that was one possible scenario. If not, he's going to have to fight for it.
Because the 2 men behind him both on hard compound. Medium compounds for Andy Farid as well. Maybe that explains how he got off to such a fabulous start. He's dropping back just a little bit, Andy Farid, and Passawit may well be able to make a move on him. Kazma Daniels, the frustration one, I think, down in P7, not being able to make any kind of an impact whatsoever on the Yamaha.
Yeah, he will be frustrated because he was very much a form rider as we got into the final few races of last season. But that Yamaha hasn't got the proper base setup yet, and you can see it now.
Interesting to see the line there that Reiterberger took, the man in all green. They came over the start-finish line, using the full width of the track. And again, he's taken a different line, coming down the long straight.
Yeah, and Haruki taking a good look at him. He's going to just go a little bit tighter than Marcus, see what he can do, muscle him out.
And that's exactly what he does do. Reiterberger, what kind of a drive does Reiterberger get out of the hairpin? The answer is not as good as Haruki Noguchi, although he looks on the inside to try to take back P2. And Noguchi, well, brilliant from the Haruki Noguchi.
Yeah, and looking at top speeds as well.
Closes the door, Noguchi. That's a big bike to close the door on.
Yeah, it is. Top speeds there, the Hondas and BMWs, topping 300.
Haruki Noguchi, the man now in P2. He's the man chasing Zakwan Zaidi, as he did for a chunk of last season until he overtook him and then missed the final round of the season and found himself overtaken in the points totals by Zakwan, the number one, the champion. There is 73, Noguchi.
We know the mentality of Haruki Noguchi. He'll be disappointed with anything but a win. He expects it from himself. We didn't really see him smile last season until he won a race.
As we look at Haruki Noguchi, I can tell you there is a man out, and it is Lachlan Epis. His debut comes from a premature end. Luckily, it looks like he's landed up okay.
Yeah, he might get back in, but that's effectively the end of his competitive race. Nevertheless, he's impressed here. He's made really good progress on that BMW.
As we look at the front two, a man I'd like to bring your attention to as we just have a look at corner number 12. Welcome to the ARRC. If you've not ridden Buriram before, that's what corner 12 is all about.
That's it. He's got it out of the way early. Hopefully he won't do that again. But Haruki giving Zakwan something to think about.
He's having a look on the inside here. While this is going on, look at the second BMW of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Aslan is closed in to the back of Andy Farid Izdihar, who is also pretty tight on Marcus Reiterberger. So while we focus on these two just for now, Aslan Shah is well worth a little look.
Yep, and fastest lap of the race, 1:35.689.
What, for Aslan? So it was.
Yep, Aslan is back, ladies and gentlemen.
And Zakwan Zaidi is under pressure, boys and girls. And Haruki Noguchi tries to accelerate, just comes out of the slipstream, isn't able to take it. Reiterberger closes in. What's the gap? It's 1 second between Zakwan and Reiterberger. Another second down. As the respective crews of 1 and 2 look on, all smiles from Noguchi's camp.
Yeah, they look happy with that. And Haruki looks confident.
And Haruki's switchback takes the lead. Haruki Noguchi is our new race leader at the midway point of this ASB 1000cc, hence the smiles. And then premature smiles because Zakwan immediately fights back, but Noguchi has the inside line. Zakwan closes the door. Dueling. This will favour, though, the hard compound front tyre.
Yeah, it will. It's only Haruki running that. Look at that. And he got on the gas.
And Reiterberger joins in the fun as well.
Yeah, this is an opportunity for him to get involved.
So Marcus Reiterberger. And there's Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. Those BMWs do look like they have been properly prepared, and the BMs are genuinely looking to be in contention in the Superbikes. As Reiterberger looks on the inside of Zakwan, Zakwan looks on the inside of Noguchi. Reiterberger then goes on the outside, but Zakwan is able to hold on.
Yeah, and beautifully through that corner by Haruki Noguchi, under immense pressure from the two great riders behind him.
Aslan Shah up into P4 ahead of Andy Farid. BMW 3 and 4. Nods of approval.
Yeah, and Andy Farid staying with it.
Noguchi tries to accelerate away. We're beyond the halfway mark.
So tyre degradation about to become a factor. So let's see how we go here. Pasowit and Jakrit. Kazma Daniel behind Jakrit Swangsawat. Bit of work to do for Gen Blue. But it's hard to take your eyes off this battle now, which is turning into a 5-way fight for the lead.
There is Aslan Shah, but you're quite right. Andy Farid is loving the thousands, isn't he? He's been let loose. And he's got an experienced Aslan Shah, Kamruzaman. I'm not sure whether the Muslim riders are actually fasting or whether they've got a dispensation. If they are fasting, that will be a massive, massive disadvantage to them in terms of the physical preparation. I'm assuming
I can't imagine it's physically
Can't
possible.
imagine, no.
So they'll do the days later that they miss here, I guess.
Reiterberger goes very, very wide. Lost it, and that allows Aslan Shah to come back into him.
Yeah, Aslan got a good drive out of there.
And Aslan is looking to get onto P3. He wasn't happy that Reiterberger is getting all the attention, Aslan Shah. I'm the king in this part of the world, he says. And he's trying to maybe go on the inside of Markus Reiterberger. Internecine war.
So yeah, that's going to be a really interesting battle.
Reiterberger drops down into P4. As they go past Teo Yujo. The Savitar racer. Credit to him, but not expected to be able to top us. At the front, a new race leader once. Gosh, that was tight. That's dueling. But Zakwan has got to somehow hold on to those front tyres.
These two are phenomenal riders, no doubt about it.
As once again, Zakwan Zaidi decides to go on the outside, and the switchback comes in from Haruki Noguchi. It looks like they're having a lot of fun out there. You just see the little twitch on the back as he turns on the power.
Yep, I hope Haruki's Japanese following is enjoying this as much as we are, as he looks about to lose the lead, but he's going to go for that switchback again.
Yeah, that switchback is always there. While those two are fighting though, Aslan and Reiterberger are getting closer. A second separates 1 from 4, with Andy Farid only another 2/10 back. So this is a 5-man race at the top speeds. All of these guys over 300 clicks.
And it's Aslan's BMW that's challenging and going past Zakwan as they go into turn 3 this time around.
Aslan Shah gets applause both from his team and no doubt his supporters at home and around the world. The BMW of Aslan Shah, Kamruzaman, he started at the very back of the grid in qualification because he couldn't put a time in, but he's got himself up into P2. What's he driving on? Aslan, hard compound on the front. From back to front, Aslan P2, but he's got Haruki Noguchi in front of him. Zakwan and Reiterberger and Andy Farid behind him. 3 fun laps to come.
Yeah, and isn't this fantastic stuff from Aslan Shah? We missed it last year. He has come, let's remind ourselves, from the back of the grid up to challenge Haruki Noguchi for the lead now.
Well, it is a stellar cast. Beyond them, just to tell you, Kazma Daniel has dropped down to P8, frustrating for him. Kevin Kubo 9th, Ant West in 10th. Lachlan Epis is out. You saw Teo Yujo has been lapped. As look at that, Aslan looks on the inside. As they finish this lap, there will be 2 laps to go. Sector 1 from Aslan, inside 20 seconds on the last lap. He's really piling on the pressure on Haruki Noguchi, who hasn't seen the best of Aslan. He probably doesn't know what Aslan's ability is all about. He's about to find out, because Aslan Shah Kamruzaman is the new race leader. How long for? Can the switch back from Noguchi work? The answer is yes. Can Aslan pull it back once again? What kind of a drive out? Plenty of time to go, but Aslan is making his name known again to Haruki Noguchi as he flies past Noguchi into the lead.
What a race from Aslan Shah. One of the best of his career, because he's come from the back after that terrible qualifying session. And Haruki isn't switching back this time. He's having to fall back and take a look.
But can he make it stick? And there's a long, long way still to go. But Aslan Shah Kamruzaman's got experience. Haruki Noguchi, as they duel though, that helps just a little bit Zakwan Zaidi. It also helps Marcus Reiterberger. Those 4 have dropped Andy Farid, whose brave attempt to stay in this mix is just falling by the wayside a little bit. So it's a 4-man race over the final 2 and a bit laps. Noguchi looks on the inside, doesn't quite get there. Aslan, foot down, keeps it nice and tight. Reiterberger goes so wide, and Reiterberger could well have lost any chance of a podium with that mistake.
Yep, Reiterberger's out of it. Aslan Shah is very much in it. Haruki Noguchi is very much in it. But I think he will have been surprised to have been passed by Aslan.
Aslan Shah is back, but can he make it back with a win? He's certainly back, making us all sit up and take notice. The long straight is negotiated. Now the hairpin. What kind of a drive out for Zakwan? We've forgotten about Zakwan. And Zakwan looks to be 3rd best at the moment, Barry Russell.
Yeah, very evenly spaced down there. Zakwan just slightly adrift. Haruki Noguchi doesn't appear to have an answer for Aslan Shah just yet. Let's see what happens now as they get into turn 5 and the technical part of the circuit.
Noguchi, hard compound, putting the pressure on Aslan Shah, goes on the inside. He's performed that maneuver. Aslan tries to go on the outside. Noguchi, what bravery, what a move that was. Zakwan comes into contention once again, but you called it perfectly, Barry Russell.
They're all going to be up for it when it comes down to turn 12 in just a few seconds from now, Des.
Wow, turn 12. If you're in 4th place, just hold back a little bit, because they could take each other out. So then, last corner, Noguchi has the lead. Aslan and Zakwan are there, but Haruki Noguchi is going to get this perfectly right. Haruki Noguchi comes to take the first race of the season from Aslan, Zakwan, Reiterberger and Andy Farid. Team SDG are thrilled to bits, but my word, did he get a fright and a half from Aslan Shah Kamruzaman.
Didn't he just? And this has meaning for Haruki Noguchi. He missed the last round of the season and almost certainly the championship last year. He's come back 3 months later from a horrible back injury, and he's won race 1 of round 1.
Haruki Noguchi from Japan, SDG Motorsports Hawk Pro, takes the victory in a thrilling contest in which we have seen the return of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman.
Yep, whoever wrote that script, thank you.
Very nice indeed, very nice. Zakwan, a good P3. I think tyre selection was the crucial factor in this.
Yeah, it's interesting that Haruki on the Honda decided to go for that. STG do go their own way, as we know. Their bike preparation is top factory standard, we also know that. But after a miserable qualifying, well, he didn't even compete in qualifying. Aslan Shah came from the back through to almost win, but in the end that turn 12 was executed so perfectly by Haruki Noguchi, he won by almost 0.7 of a second.
A very good P4 for Reiterberger. He lost it really on corner 12 the previous lap when he went so far wide. His focus was then on holding off Andy Farid Izdaha. But there is confirmation. The winner, Haruki Noguchi. He thought he was denied the championship last year. He probably was, but he's come back to take the victory here. 0.6 of a second clear of Aslan Shah Kamruzaman on the BMW. Zakwan Zaidi for Honda Dream Racing with Showa, another 0.2 down. Reiterberger in 4th. Andy Farid, what a great Superbikes debut for him for P5. Pasowit and Jakrit, the all-tie battle for P6 and P7. Kazma Daniel, Yamaha Gen Blue, a lot of work for them to do in P8. Kevin Kubo in 9th. Anthony West, 38 seconds down. That's a brave effort from West. Tio Ujo was lapped. Lachlan Epis didn't finish. But back into the podium positions, Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, and having had such a frustrating time last year, no wonder the smiles on the faces of these guys.
Big smiles. They even brought him a chair into Parc Fermé, bless them. And here comes the race winner. Like I said, this means a lot. He's been pointing skywards since he took the checkered flag. Now he's coming back into Parc Fermé.
He picked up 4 wins in 5 races before injury denied him what he thought was his title last year. But he's got this campaign off to a winning start. Zakwan. Let's get the thoughts of Zakwan from Daniel Bogas in just a moment. He's always thoughtful, always looks back, and in terms of the tyres and what kind of degradation there was on the medium compounds compared to the hard.
It was a good choice. He managed it well. He does race with an immense amount of maturity. I think he's 22 now, Haruki.
There we go. There is a look at the tyre degradation. 1 and 2, both on hard compound. Is this Zakwan's?
It's looking a little bit bobbly. So there's Zakwan. I don't think he'll be too unhappy with that. He might be a little concerned that Haruki Noguchi bagged race 1.
I think everyone will be concerned that Noguchi has bagged race 1. But everyone, I think, thrilled that Aslan Shah is back competitive.
Yeah.
And Reiterberger will be saying, heck, this is a good championship.
Won't he? Yeah. So he might have expected to win. His supporters back in Europe might have expected a win. This time he's off the podium. Let's see what he has as an answer tomorrow. It's a fish. Oh, there's a fish on the track, we're being told. Well, there's a shot for you, folks. There we are. That's dinner sorted out.
It's a fishy tail.
There we go. There we are.
Just need to explain, a dog brought that onto the track, okay?
So we're down here at Parc Fermé with the ASB 1000 P3 Zakwan Zaidi. Now I must say that's one of the best races I've ever witnessed. The amount of overtakes, it was insane. What's your take on that race?
Yeah, firstly I want to thank to the team. They make so hard work. I know in this race it's very tough. And potential rider have maybe top 5 coming fast and follow me. Maybe my strategy is not working well. Maybe I try to make some pace, but finally in the 5 lap more I feel struggle a lot with the tire. And I saw Noguchi and Aslan pass. I tried to fight, but for me it's like already limits. So we need to think for tomorrow race and try to recover back. So hopefully I want to fight for the win tomorrow.
Definitely. Thank you so much, Zakwan, on a great P3. And now in P2, we have none other than Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. So Aslan, I must say, what a heroic performance and one of the best races I've witnessed in a long time. You started from last and you came up all the way into P2. How was it?
I don't know. I just speechless because I start from behind. What I'm thinking just to finish the race and try to catch up the front group. And obviously I can catch up. In the end, I can see all the rider struggling with the tire grip. And I try to keep my pace and give a fight.
How was the tire grip out there? Because you were pushing hard from the start, so was the tires out?
I was almost crashed all the time. I lose the front like so many times. I just keep the rhythm and try to finish the race.
All right, thank you so much. Congratulations again on a fantastic finish. And now the winner for the ASB 1000, Haruki Noguchi. Haruki, it wasn't the easiest weekend for you. You qualified P5, but you won a fantastic race. How was that?
Yeah, I'm very, very happy for this race and for winning because of the also test and free practice. I was struggle, but moreover, last year I had big injury in the back, so but that team making seat same as last year, so I'm very happy, and I want to say thanks to my team, sponsors, my friends, and my family.
Thank you, Haruki. It's great to see you back, and congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
Highlights from the first race of the Superbike season and the Asia Road Racing Championships, and on pole, Zakwan Zaidi got off to a steady start. Marcus Reiterberger going with him. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman also making a fine start on the BMW. But Zakwan Zaidi looked for a little while, Barry Russell, as though he was trying to blow away the rest of the field and almost win this one from the front very early on.
Yeah, it looked like a romp earlier. He at the end of lap 1, he had a gap of 0.8 of a second as they crossed the line. But the riders behind him hadn't finished yet. Haruki Noguchi made a bad start and was making his way up. And Marcus Reiterberger was always there as well. And it wasn't on the cards for Zakwan to get away. He's a very realistic rider. He was analytical. He always gives the maximum, and the maximum he could do today was to lead as long as he could and settle for the best finish he could.
Plenty of stories behind him, though. It was great to see Andy Farid Izdahar, the Honda Asia Dream Racing with Showa teammate, actually make a real fist of this, his first race in the Superbikes, and he got himself up into a position where he was challenging the top 3. But the real story there's two stories. Aslan Shah Kamruzaman and Haruki Noguchi. Noguchi back after injury and sweeping his way into the front, and from there he would never be outside the top 3.
Yeah, that was a terrific battle he had with Zakwan before he finally managed to break away.
Behind them, you just see there Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, who started right at the very back of the grid because he couldn't put a qualifying time in. He was making his way through into the top 3. Ahead of them, a battle royale going on. Is this the position where Zakwan said, I began to struggle a little bit with my tyres because he made a different tyre selection?
Yeah, I think that hard front of Haruki was working well for him, maybe a little advantage.
Aslan got himself into the lead, and then a fabulous battle between the BMW and the SDG Honda.
So we saw Aslan in the lead for a while on this, I think this was the penultimate lap we're looking at here. But Aslan did get to the front, and it was a phenomenal moment. You could feel it.
Certainly was, but Haruki Noguchi, he doesn't have the same feeling. He doesn't want the phenomenal moment to belong to anybody else but to him. That was his phenomenal moment, switchbacking into the lead, and so that when they came into the final couple of corners, Noguchi was the man in pole position. He was able to take this corner number 12, not under a vast amount of pressure, and goes away to take his victory. He takes the lead in the early stage of the championship, but Aslan Shah Kamruzaman, what a performance by him.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful.
So, onto the podium. And I think this could well be a very competitive season. Zakwan is all smiles. He admitted later, though, that perhaps he didn't choose the tyre selection correctly, and that was the mistake that cost him. Welcome back, fella. Just welcome back to Aslan Shah Kamruzaman. But congratulations and welcome back as well to this fella, Haruki Noguchi. Injured, missed Buriram at the tail end of last season, but comes back in absolute triumph to take the victory in race number 1 today.
Yeah, winning team.
Japanese national anthem for the first time today. I suspect not for the last time this season. Presentations we done by Tanasiri Chanvitaram, the Managing Director of Chang International Circuit. Once again, this venue is a genuine world-class motor racing venue. Everything works, everything is slick, everything is quite right, and Mr. Tanasiri deserves a lot of credit for that. And Zakwan Zadi deserves a lot of credit for P3. Immense amount of credit for P2 to Aslan Shah Kamrazama, but I'll leave the real words of praise to Barry Russell to describe that of the winner.
You could describe Haruki Noguchi's performance as indomitable. I think he knew he was going to win. He was absolutely determined. And the quality of that last sector that he did, he turned what looked like a close run thing into a 0.7 of a second victory.
The indomitable Haruki Noguchi takes the victory. Stefan Karapier, the FIM Asia president, sends the best team award to his team, SDG MS Hark Pro Honda PH. And now they've got their noses in front in this championship. They will be hard to peg back. Injury cost them last season. Certainly, let's hope injury doesn't cost them this season. But race number 1 won by Haruki Noguchi from Japan. And so we come to the end of the first day's racing, first of 12 days racing, first of 2 here in Buriram. We've had some terrific work. Obviously, Haruki Noguchi will take the main headlines for the Superbikes, as he explains to Aslan Shah, "This is how I beat you, mate." And in the championship standings, Noguchi leads, 25 points. Aslan Shah, welcome back, 20 points. Zakwan Zaidi, 16 points. Reiterberger knows he's in a real battle, 13 points. BMW's 2 and 4. Andy Farad Izdahar with a step up in 11. Pasowit and Jakrit, 10 and 9 respectively. Kazma Daniel, I'm sure, will get better throughout the season and will be working hard overnight. The Gem Blue racing team, Asyam, with 8 points. Victories in other races today for Vorapang Malawan in TVS 1 make, in the Underbone for Shafiq Rassol, for Reza Danica Arans in the AP 250, and for Carol Idampawi in the Supersport 600. Haruki Noguchi takes the maximum points though. Big thanks to Barry Russell and the team who bring you this broadcast from the Asia Road Racing Championships. We're about to sign off from day number 1. Tomorrow, same time, 12:30 local time, we're on air. Please do join us, because this is international racing of the highest quality. From Des Corkill, Barry Russell, and the team behind the scenes, we'll see you tomorrow.
ละครับคุณผู้ชมครับนำทุกท่านเข้าสู่บรรยากาศการแข่งขันครับนี่เป็นเรสสุดท้ายของวันนี้นะครับผมสำหรับ Honda Thailand Talent Cup นะครับการแข่งขัน15 รอบของสนามช้าง International Circuit ครับสำหรับในรุ่นนี้ครับก็จะเป็นการแข่งขันที่ทาง Honda เองนะครับจัดขึ้นมาครับและนี่คือเป็นเลเยอร์ของแทร็กสนามช้าง International Circuit ครับระยะทาง 4.554 กิโลเมตร12 โค้งครับซ้าย5ขวา7ครับนักแข่งวิ่งตามเข็มนาฬิกานะฮะนี่ครับและนี่เป็นบริเวณด้านหน้ากริดสตาร์ทครับคุณผู้ชมสำหรับรายการ Honda Thailand Talent Cup นะฮะก็ถือว่าเป็น Support Race ในรายการ Asia Road Racing Championship นะครับนี่ครับบริเวณด้านหน้ากริดสตาร์ทมีผู้บริหารครับของทาง Honda ครับนำโดยคุณอารักษ์พรประภาครับนี่ครับแล้วก็คุณจุธามาศอินปริงการนันพร้อมด้วยผู้บริหารครับรอให้กำลังใจสำหรับเหล่าบรรดาน้องๆนักแข่งซึ่งเป็นน้องๆเยาวชนนะครับสำหรับโครงการ Honda Thailand Talent Cup ปีนี้ก็เข้าสู่ปีที่ 9 นะครับถือว่าเป็นโครงการในที่ทางบริษัทไทย Honda จำกัดครับสารฝันเหล่าบรรดานักบิดเยาวชนไทยอายุไม่ใช่แค่นักบิดเยาวชนไทยด้วยสิครับก็ในตอนนี้ก็มีมากมายหลากหลายประเทศเลยนะครับอายุไม่เกิน18 ปีเวทีขับเคี่ยวนั่นก็คือยังทาเลนต์ระดับจูเนียร์เอเชียครับโดยเริ่มต้นมาตั้งแต่ปี 2016 และได้สร้างนักแข่งในระดับโลกคนแรกนั่นคือก้องทัชกรบัวศรีครับนี่คือบรรยากาศการถ่ายภาพครับผู้บริหารจากไทย Honda ครับนำโดยคุณอารักษ์พรประภาครับคุณจุธามาศอินปริงการนันนะครับแล้วก็มีผู้บริหารจากสนามช้าง International Circuit ครับคุณตนัยศิริชาญวิทยารมครับเหล่าบรรดาโค้ชครับนำโดยโค้ชฟิล์มรัชภักดิ์วิเลโรจน์ฮะให้กำลังใจเหล่าบรรดาน้องๆนะครับสำหรับการแข่งขันนะครับในรายการนี้รถที่ใช้นี่ก็คือจะเป็นรถ Honda NSF 250 เป็น Race Machine ครับนำเข้ามาจากประเทศญี่ปุ่นครับและก็เป็นรถไทป์เดียวกันที่ Honda ใช้ในการแข่งขันครับ Moto3 ชิปนครินทร์อธิรัตน์ภูมิพัฒน์เคยใช้ด้วยนะครับสำหรับในปีนี้ครับก็มีน้องๆที่แบบขยับขึ้นมานะครับจากรุ่นที่เป็นในรุ่นก่อนหน้านี้ด้วยครับกลุ่มเยาวชนนักบิดนะครับจากปี 2022 ครับในการถ่ายทอดสดผ่านทางสตรีมมิ่งครับเอเชียโรดเรซซิ่งครับวันนี้ผมดีเจก๊อกน้ำสนามช้างครับบรรยายเป็นภาษาไทยนี่ครับรุ่นเดียวเลยนะครับที่บรรยายเป็นภาษาไทยก็นี่ครับในอันดับของกลิสตาร์นะครับในตำแหน่งโพลโพซิชันครับกิตติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ตามมาด้วยโกยุนาคากาวะนะครับนพรุษพงษ์บุญประเวศในกลิดที่3ครับเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาเซลในกลิดสตาร์ทที่4ธนชาติอยู่ในกลิดสตาร์ทที่5ครับแล้วก็พลพัฒน์อ่อนศรีในกลิดสตาร์ทที่6ครับต่อเนื่องมาที่แถวที่3ครับกลิดสตาร์ทที่7ครับกฤษดาธนโชติครับตามมาด้วยพัชรกรทองเกิดหลวงนะครับแล้วก็ในกลิดสตาร์ทที่9เป็นของเตชินอินอัพไพครับ10เป็นทางฝั่งของปัญจรูนนะครับ11เป็นพิชยางกูลอินจักรครับแล้วก็ต่อเนื่องมาด้วยนักแข่งจากประเทศเวียดนามครับสำหรับเมียนอันฟูครับกริด13ครับสำหรับโมฮาริสคาตีครับตามมาด้วยกริด14ครับธนกฤษปทุมทอง15เป็นเหงียนวูฟึงครับ16เป็นชยามซุนราและก็มูฮัมหมัดกีอันดรารามาติปาครับนี่คือนักแข่งทั้งหมดนะครับ17กริดสตาร์ทครับโดยในการแข่งขันนะครับในเรสนี้ครับจะมีนักแข่ง1คนที่ออกสตาร์ทเป็นพิทสตาร์ทครับนั่นคือนักแข่งหมายเลข5ครับมูฮัมหมัดกีอันดรารามาติปาครับก็ด้วยกติกานะครับน้องโดนทำโทษมานะครับในช่วงของการคอลิฟายมานะครับทั้งหมด17นักแข่ง16กริดสตาร์ทและจะมีสตาร์ทพิทสตาร์ท1คนครับในปีนี้ครับเหล่าบรรดาทีมโค้ชครับที่ดูแลน้องๆครับก็จะมีเป็นโค้ชดีมสิทธิศักดิ์อ่อนเฉวียงครับ ก็รับผิดชอบดูแลในเรื่องราวของโครงการ Academy ของHonda Thailand Talent ครับนะครับส่วนโค้ชฟิล์มครับปีนี้ก็ช่วยดูแลด้วยและก็จะไปรับผิดชอบในส่วนของทีมโรงงานและก็นักแข่งที่แข่งขันอยู่ต่างประเทศนะครับรถทุกคันนะครับก็มีการปรับแต่งแบบสแตนดาร์ดเหมือนกันหมดครับยกเว้นการปรับในเรื่องราวของการปรับแฮนด์แหละนะฮะแล้วก็ไม่สามารถปรับจูนเครื่องยนต์ได้นะครับน้ำมันที่ใช้เป็นแก๊ส100นะฮะเนื่องจากเป็นรถที่มีสเปคเป็นเรสแมชชีนครับการแข่งขันนะฮะ1สนาม2เรสด้วยกันวันเสาร์1เรสแล้วก็วันอาทิตย์อีก1เรสก็จะทำการแข่งขัน15รอบสนามช้าง International Circuit นะครับก็เพื่อที่จะให้น้องๆได้ฝึกเรื่องราวของความอดทนในการแข่งขันที่จะไปสู่ในระดับที่สูงต่อไปนั่นคือระดับนานาชาตินั่นเองนะครับในปีนี้การมอบรางวัลมีรุ่นเดียวเท่านั้นนะครับอันดับ1 2 3บนโพเดียมไม่มีกรุ๊ป B แล้วนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นน้องๆฮะต้องบอกเลยว่าต้องเต็มที่กันนิดนึงนะครับเราจะเห็นบริเวณด้านนอก Racing Suit นะฮะเราจะเป็นนั่นคือ Airbag ที่มาดูแลในเรื่องราวของความปลอดภัยให้กับน้องๆครับเนื่องจากรถมีความเร็วสูงนะครับโอเคครับตอนนี้เข้าสู่วอร์มอัพแลป1รอบครับสนามช้าง International Circuit นะครับแล้วก็จะกลับมาจอดที่เดิมครับคุณผู้ชมทำการแข่งขันกัน15รอบของสนามช้าง International Circuit นี่ครับก็ต้องบอกคุณผู้ชมแบบนี้นะครับเนื่องจากรถทุกคันมันเหมือนกันนะฮะความแรงเหมือนกันสเปคเดียวกันครับเราก็จะเห็นน้องๆเนี่ยครับขับไปด้วยกันแบบนี้ทุกอย่างมันค่อนข้างที่จะต้องบอกว่ามันเหมือนทุกอย่างเป็นเรสหมดเลย ทุกอย่างดูเป็นเรสหมดเลยนะครับรักใครเชียร์ใครนี่ก็สามารถส่งมาพูดคุยกันได้นะครับในปกติโดยทั่วไปสำหรับในสตรีมมิ่งที่ไลฟ์สดตอนนี้นะฮะผ่านทาง Facebook Fanpage ของเอเชียโรดเรซิ่งเนี่ยในทุกๆครั้งจะไม่มีการบรรยายน้องๆการแข่งขันในรุ่นนี้ครับจะมีการบรรยายในสนามเท่านั้นแต่วันนี้ครับทางเอเชียโรดเรซิ่งครับใจดีฮะให้พี่ก๊อกน้ำมาบรรยายที่ตรงนี้ให้เลยนะครับเพราะฉะนั้นเดี๋ยวเราจะได้รับชมบรรยากาศครับคุณผู้ชมรับชมอยู่ตรงนี้ 2.5K ครับ 2,500 กว่าคนมารักใครเชียร์ใครส่งมาครับกำลังใจให้กับเหล่าบรรดาน้องๆครับ15รอบสนามช้าง International Circuit ครับกับรายการ Official Support Race ครับนี่คือ Honda Thailand Talent ครับนะฮะน้องๆแต่ละคนนี้อายุต่ำสุดนี่คือ11ปีครับที่เห็นในตอนนี้นั่นคือรถหมายเลข11ครับน้องเตชินอินอภัยน้องไบรท์ครับอายุ11ปีเท่านั้นเองมีเชียร์หมายเลข13มาครับตอนนี้รถกำลังจะมาที่บริเวณกริดสตาร์ทครับเจ้าของโพลโพซิชันครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์รถหมายเลข4ครับน้องไมค์คิวอายุ18ปีครับ15รอบครับคุณผู้ชมระยะทางของสนามช้าง International Circuit ต่อรอบก็คือ 4.554 กิโลเมตรครับน้องๆมีความคุ้นเคยอยู่แล้วครับที่สนามช้าง International Circuit จังหวัดบุรีรัมย์นะครับมีเชียร์น้องกันด้วยนะน้องกันสู้ๆครับตอนนี้ขับรถเข้ามาจอดที่กริดสตาร์ทครับธงแดงออกครับก็สัญญาณดับลงครับออกสตาร์ทครับ Honda Thailand Talent Cup Race แรกครับของวันนี้ออกมาตรงนี้ครับสุดทางตรงก่อนถึงโค้ง1เป็นรถหมายเลข17นะฮะนี่ครับออกมาเป็นคันแรกครับ17นี่คือทางฝั่งของพัชรกรทองเกิดหลวงครับน้องกันครับเจ้าหนูวัย12ย่าง13ฮะแล้ววันนี้มีไปแข่งในอีกรุ่นด้วยนะอันเดอร์โบน150 cc ด้วยนะครับโอ้โหเด็กตัวเล็กขนาดนี้จัดมาเต็มจริงครับสุดทางตรงมาฮะเข้าโค้ง3โค้งยูเทิร์นนะคุณผู้ชมรอบแรกมาปีนเป็กมาแบบนี้ครับ ผู้นำตอนนี้เปลี่ยนครับเป็นหมายเลข4ครับสำหรับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับน้องไมคิวมาเป็นอันดับ1คือในแต่รอบมันจะมีการเปลี่ยนแปลงอยู่ตลอดครับแล้วก็โกยุนาคากาวะครับหมายเลข15แซงขึ้นมาที่โค้ง4ครับโกยุนาคากาวะต่อเนื่องมาตามมาด้วยหมายเลข14มาเป็นอันดับที่2ครับสำหรับทางฝั่งของพิชยังกูลอินจักรครับน้องคลาสดียาวต่อเนื่องมาครับเข้ามาที่ตอนนี้เซกเตอร์แรกครับเร็วที่สุดเป็นโกยุนาคาคาวะครับ42วินาทีหน่อยๆครับนี่ครับแล้วก็เป็นโกยุครับขออภัยครับนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นครับโกยุนาคาคาวะครับนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นครับเจ้าหนูวัย15 ปีขนาบข้างไปด้วยมีหมายเลข13ครับหมายเลข13นี่เป็นนักแข่งจากอินโดนีเซียครับสำหรับเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซล15 ปีเช่นเดียวกันครับผ่านมาบริเวณหน้าแกรนด์สแตนตรงนี้ฮะผู้นำรอบนี้เชียร์กันเพียบเลยครับผู้ชม 3K ตอนนี้ครับ 3,000 กว่าคนเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์มาเป็นอันดับ1ครับตามด้วยโกยุนาคากาวะเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลอันดับ3ครับแล้วก็มีกฤษดาธนโชติมาเป็นอันดับที่4ครับภูรพัฒน์อ่อนศรีอันดับ5ครับนพรุษพงศ์บุญประเวศมาเป็นอันดับที่6ครับธนชาติครับมาเป็นอันดับที่7ไล่ต่อเนื่องมาแล้วตอนนี้อันดับจะเปลี่ยนอยู่เรื่อยๆครับถึงโค้ง3ครับคุณผู้ชมครับโค้ง3ต่อเนื่องมาแบบนี้เดี๋ยวไล่ดูกันครับว่าหลังจากออกจากโค้ง3มาจะเป็นหมายเลข4ครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์เริ่มมีระยะห่างครับ 0.283 ห่างจากโกยุนาคากาวะครับแล้วก็มาตรงนี้เป็นหมายเลข4ครับนี่แหละครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ที่โค้งซ้ายไฮสปีดครับโค้ง4ดันคันเร่งมาต่อเนื่องโค้งซ้ายต่อเนื่องที่โค้ง5ยังคงเป็นเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับโค้ง5ต่อเนื่องโค้ง6รวบโค้งมาด้วยกันตรงไปนิดนึงจะเป็นโค้ง7ซึ่งเป็นโค้งขวามือฮะขวามาแบบนี้เบี่ยงมาจะเป็นทางตรงผ่านหน้าบิ๊กบ็อกโฮเทลครับเนื่องมาที่ขวาอีกนะฮะโค้ง9ฟืบมาพับซ้ายที่โค้ง10ครับโค้ง10มาต่อเนื่องจะพับขวาที่โค้ง11อีกครั้งหนึ่งแล้วก็ก่อนออกจากโค้ง11นะฮะจะมีทางตรงครับก่อนถึงโค้ง12เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับมาดีครับตามมาด้วยโกยุนาคากาวะครับหมายเลข15เด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลเสียบในมาตรงนี้ครับโค้ง12เป็นเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลครับมาดีโอ้โหเอาละครับตอนนี้อินโดนีเซียขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับที่1ครับในขณะที่อันดับ2 3มีนักแข่งไทยแล้วก็นักแข่งญี่ปุ่นครับคุณผู้ชมเชียร์นักแข่งไทยกันนะครับตอนนี้ผู้ชม 3.2K ตอนนี้เราอยู่ในการแข่งขันที่เหลืออีก13รอบสนามช้างอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเซอร์กิตครับทางตรงยาวๆจะเป็นทางตรงลงเนินครับเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลในรถหมายเลข13ครับต่อเนื่องมาด้วยเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์รถหมายเลข4และตรงนี้ก่อนถึงโค้ง3โอ้โหเข้าลายแคบมากเลยฮะน้องๆออกจากโค้ง3มาเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลครับหมายเลข13ครับแต่ตอนนี้เปลี่ยนครับเป็นโกยุนาคากาวะครับนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นวัย15 ขวบครับกำลังไล่หัวกันครับก่อนถึงโค้ง4โค้งซ้ายไฮสปีดดันเนินมาโกยุนาคากาวะเราก็โอ้โหโดนจนได้ครับที่โค้ง4นี่ครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับขึ้นมาครับมีเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลโอ้โหแถวหน้านี่น่าสนใจครับเพราะว่าในปีนี้อย่างที่ได้แจ้งไปครับทาง Honda ไม่มีกรุ๊ป B แล้วก็จะมีแค่1 2 3เท่านั้นเองนะฮะ1 2 3นักแข่งไทยครับจะสามารถสอดแทรกตัวมาได้หรือเปล่าเพราะว่าในสถานการณ์ตอนนี้เร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลครับอยู่อันดับ1โกยุนาคากาวะอันดับ2เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์อันดับที่3นะฮะโดยจะมีนักแข่งหมายเลข18ครับที่ตามมาด้วยฮะนั่นคือกฤษดาธนโชติครับน้องไฮเป็กกลุ่มนี้อยู่ด้วยกันกลุ่มใหญ่ๆครับเกาะกลุ่มกันมายกครับก่อนถึงโค้ง12ยังคงเป็นผ่านโค้ง12มาฮะ เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับขึ้นมาได้โกยุนะคากาวะอยู่อันดับ2เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับสำหรับน้องไมค์คิวออกจากสุดทางตรงโค้ง1ครับมีทางตรงยาวๆตรงนี้ก่อนถึงโค้ง12ก่อนถึงโค้ง3ที่จะยูเทิร์นฮะเป็นทางตรงแล้วก็มีโค้ง2ยึกยืออยู่ตรงนี้ฮะสถานการณ์อันดับก่อนถึงโค้ง3ยกมาเข้าแคบแหละนะครับโค้ง3ด้านในโค้งยูเทิร์นขวาเดี๋ยวดูเลสซิ่งไลน์ครับวันนี้เริ่มมีแปลกๆครับปกติเขาจะมาด้วยกันเป็นเรซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาเซลครับหมายเลข13ครับที่ขึ้นมาอยู่เป็นผู้นำอันดับ1หลังจากออกจากโค้ง3เรซ่าครับเรซ่ามาตรงนี้เรซ่าแล้วก็มีโกยุอยู่ฝั่งซ้ายมือโกยุนาคากาวะอยู่อันดับ2เรซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาเซลเรซ่าโดนครับโดนโกยุนาคากาวะเข้ามาที่โค้ง5ต่อเนื่องโค้ง6ครับโกยุนาคากาวะครับโอ้โหถ้าดูแบบนี้ยากเลยครับสำหรับน้องๆนักแข่งไทยของเรามีเชียร์น้องเตชินด้วยนะครับน้องเตชินสู้ๆหมายเลข11นะฮะเตชินตอนนี้อยู่อันดับที่8นะครับยาวๆกันไปครับการแข่งขันเหลืออีก12รอบสนามช้างอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเซอร์กิตยังมีอันดับขึ้นลงแบบนี้ตลอดแหละครับคุณผู้ชมครับต้องบอกคุณผู้ชมแบบนี้เนื่องจากรถทุกคันมันเหมือนกันนะฮะรถสเปคเดียวกันจากโรงงานเป็น Race Bike Machine ครับโกยุนาคากาวะที่โค้ง12ครับในขณะที่มีเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาเซลครับถึงตรงนี้ญี่ปุ่นอันดับ1ครับอินโดนีเซียอันดับ2ไทยมาอีกหลายคนครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์นพรุตพงศ์บุญปาเวศครับโอ้แล้วกลุ่มใหญ่ๆแบบนี้ดูกันครับเหลือการแข่งขันอีก11รอบไม่ใช่งานง่ายครับคุณผู้ชมครับชื่อรายการนี้คือ Honda Thailand Talent Cup นะครับแต่เอาจริงๆแล้วนี่ก็จะมีการเปิดโอกาสให้เหล่าบรรดากลุ่มนักบิดเยาวชนเอเชียแหละนะครับเข้ามาร่วมทำการแข่งขันด้วยนะครับก็จะมีในของกลุ่มของนักบิดเยาวชนเอเชียมีอินโดนีเซียมา2คนครับมูฮัมหมัดกีอันตรารามาติปาครับหมายเลข5ตอนนี้สถานการณ์อยู่ที่อันดับเท่าไหร่หมายเลข5อยู่อันดับ14ครับน้องออกจากพิสตาร์ทมานะครับอายุ14ปีครับเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาเซลครับคนนี้ผลงานยอดเยี่ยมครับอยู่อันดับ2ฮะแล้วก็นอกจากนั้นยังมีอินเดียอีก2คนนะครับสำหรับโมราฮิสคาตี16ขวบแล้วก็มีชยุมซุนตราอายุ20ขวบครับหมายเลข7และหมายเลข16นะครับครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับหมายคิวยาวไปครับด้านหลังนั้นเป็นนักแข่งอินโดนีเซียครับสำหรับเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาเซลครับโอ้อยู่กลุ่มนำครับแล้วทีเนี้ยในกลุ่มเนี้ยเขาจะมีโกยุนาคากาวะอยู่ด้วยโพเดียมมันมี1 ถึง 3แค่นั้นเองครับคุณผู้ชมการแข่งขันเหลืออีก11รอบแล้วก็ผ่านโค้ง12ตรงนี้ไปจะเหลืออยู่10รอบเท่านั้นเองมาถึงตรงนี้เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์มาได้ดีครับคือถ้าจะดูในแต่ละหลายๆรอบที่ผ่านมาเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์เนี่ยน้องไมค์คิวเนี่ยนะครับคือพอออกจากเซกเตอร์ที่3มาออกจากในช่วงที่เป็นโค้งเยอะๆครับ9 10 11แล้วก็ก่อนถึงโค้ง12น้องทำได้ดีครับแต่เนี่ยครับมาโดนตรงทางตรงแบบนี้ฮะก็หล่นไปอยู่เนี่ยครับหล่นลงไปอยู่อันดับหลังแล้วนะฮะก็มีเปลี่ยนแปลงมาเรื่อยๆครับเพราะฉะนั้นการแข่งขันหลายรอบครับวัดกันที่ในเรื่องราวของความอดทนด้วยฮะ15คันในแทร็กตอนนี้มี2คันที่ไม่ได้ลงทำการแข่งขันเข้าหมายเลข14และ16ดันเนินขึ้นมาครับก่อนถึงโค้ง4โค้งซ้ายไฮสปีดครับเนี่ยครับหมายเลข8ตอนนี้ขึ้นมาแล้วก็โดนฮะโค้ง4โอ้โหมาดุเดือดจริงๆฮะเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ก็ยังอยู่ในกลุ่มนำข้างหน้าได้ฮะเพื่อที่จะหาจังหวะครับเพื่อที่จะแซงรถเหมือนกันทุกอย่างเหมือนกันครับเราจะเห็นแอร์แบ็กของน้องๆครับที่ใส่สวมทับเรซซิ่งสูตรมาอีกทีหนึ่งสำหรับปีนี้รถก็มีการทำกราฟิกใหม่ด้วยนะฮะ
แฟริ่งต่างๆนี่ทำใหม่สวยงามครับรอบที่ผ่านมาเวลาดีสุดเป็นเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับมาสุดทางตรงครับก่อนถึงโค้ง12ยกมาฮะเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ตามมาด้วยหมายเลข13เด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลแล้วก็หมายเลข8ครับตามมาตรงนั้นนพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับ1 2 3นพรุตพงศ์ขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับ3ครับมีเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลอยู่อันดับที่2แล้วก็โกยุนาคาคาวะยังคงอยู่ในกลุ่มนี้ครับตัดมาตรงนี้ครับ3คันดันคันเร่งลงเนินมาครับสุดทางตรงยาวๆก่อนที่จะมาถึงระยะเบรกก่อนถึงโค้ง3ครับยาวมาแล้วก็ยกครับมันจะอ้อมมาตรงนี้ก็ได้ครับหรือว่าจะตัดหัวโค้งเข้าไปเลยที่โค้ง3ออกจากโค้ง3มายังมาได้ดีครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์แล้วก็เริ่มมีระยะห่างมาฮะเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ตามมาด้วยเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์ฟาราเซลแล้วก็เจ้าโดนหรือเปล่าครับโค้ง4นพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับอยู่ในกลุ่มนี้ด้วยครับแล้วก็เด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลโอ้โหเอาจริงๆครับเด็กซ่าขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับ1ครับส่งให้ทั้งเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์และนพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับหล่นไปอยู่อันดับ2และ3ฮะแต่ทั้งหมดทั้งมวลยังไม่จบเท่านี้นะครับคุณผู้ชมสถานการณ์อัปเดตล่าสุดกับ9รอบที่เหลืออยู่ในเซกเตอร์ที่3ครับมีเชียร์เตชินหมายเลข11นะฮะชินอินอภัยหมายเลข11ตอนนี้อยู่อันดับที่8ครับแล้วก็โค้ง12ตรงนี้เป็นหมายเลข8ที่เข้ามาก่อนครับนพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศยาวมาต่อเนื่องกับ8รอบการแข่งขันที่ยังเหลืออยู่เผลอแป๊บเดียวนี่กำลังจะผ่านครึ่งทางครับThailand Talent Cup Race ที่1ครับการแข่งขันวันนี้ทางตรงเริ่มจะมาเรซซิ่งไลน์เดียวกันแล้วครับเริ่มจะดูดแล้วครับสลิปสตรีมในเรื่องราวของหลักโหราศาสตร์ครับผู้นำเป็นนพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับแต่ก่อนถึงโค้ง3อันดับเปลี่ยนอีกแล้วกลุ่มนี้มีด้วยกัน8คันนะครับไล่มาจากนพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์โกยุนาคาคาวะกฤษดาธนโชติครับเตชินอินอภัยรวมไปถึงธนชาติปทุมทองครับ8รอบสุดท้ายครับสถานการณ์ล่าสุดตรงนี้นะครับมันขึ้นลงตลอดนะฮะหมายเลข8ครับสำหรับนพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับคุณผู้ชมตอนนี้ขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับที่1ครับน้องอุ้มเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลครับยังคงอยู่อันดับ2คือแกไม่ปล่อยให้เหล่าบรรดานักแข่งไทยของเราหนีไปไหนเลยฮะเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์แล้วก็ที่สำคัญมีโกยุนาคาคาวะขึ้นมาด้วยครับมาตรงนี้นพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับการแข่งขันเหลืออีก7รอบครับออกมาจากโค้ง1แล้วก็มีทางตรงยาวๆครับโค้ง3ครับโค้ง3กว้างดันเนินขึ้นมาครับแล้วก็มีล้มครับแบบนี้มาแชร์วิ่งกันเป็นพรวนแบบนี้น่าจะมีล้มแหละนะฮะ เป็นนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับที่เป็นผู้นำหมายเลข 6 ครับที่ล้มไปสำหรับพรพัฒน์อ่อนศรีครับไปต่อได้หรือเปล่าพรพัฒน์อ่อนศรีอีก 7 รอบของสนามช้าง International Circuit ครับ Honda Thailand Talent Cup Race ได้ครับถึงตรงนี้ผ่านครึ่งทางมาแล้วนะครับยังคงมีนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นโกยุนะคาคาวะและก็เร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลครับนักแข่งจากอินโดนีเซีย2 คนนี้ไม่ปล่อยให้นักแข่งไทยของเราได้แบบหายใจหายคอเลยครับตามติดตลอดฮะและนี่ครับหมายเลข 13สำหรับเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อยู่อันดับ2อยู่กำลังจะมีเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับสอดแทรกเข้ามาระหว่างนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นและอินโดนีเซียนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับมาดีครับแบบนี้6 รอบสุดท้ายคุณผู้ชมเผลอแป๊บเดียวครับการแข่งขัน15 รอบครับตอนนี้ผ่านไป9 รอบแล้วโอเคมี Race Director ต้องการพบนักแข่งนะครับผมหมายเลข 6 ที่ล้มไปเมื่อสักครู่นี้นะจ๊ะนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับตอนนี้ห่างจากทางฝั่งของเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลอยู่ 0.697 ครับแล้วก็ท็อปสปีดทางตรงจากโค้ง1ไป3ครับยกลึกๆกัน 207.6 208 210 กิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงครับเป็นของโกยุนาคาคาวะครับเร็วสุดและเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์ครับเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลที่โค้ง4กำลังจะไล่ทางฝั่งของเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ไล่เข้าหรือเปล่าไม่รู้ฮะสู่เขาไอหลานชาย Number 8 ครับรถหมายเลข 8 ตรงนี้อยู่อันดับ 1 แล้วนะครับสำหรับนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับน้องอุ้มฮะเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์มาดูว่าโพเดียม 1 2 3 ครับในรายการ Honda Thailand Talent Cup เนี่ยจะเป็นนักแข่งไทยล้วนหรือเปล่าหรือว่าจะมีนักแข่งต่างชาติที่จะมาร่วมแจมโพเดียมด้วยเพราะว่าเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลรวมไปถึงโกยุนาคาคาวะเนี่ยแกไม่ปล่อยจริงๆครับตามติดอย่างต่อเนื่องครับที่โค้ง 12 เวลาต่อรอบครับวิ่งกัน1 นาที 50 ครับแล้วก็เป็นการแบทเทิลกันระหว่างเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์และก็นพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับน้องอุ้มหมายเลข 8 ครับแล้วก็น้องไมค์คิวหมายเลข 4 ในขณะเดียวกัน2 นักแข่งจากต่างชาติครับโกยุนาคาคาวะครับหมายเลข 15 อยู่อันดับที่ 4 ครับรวมไปถึงเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลอยู่ในกลุ่มนี้แหละนะครับ1 2 3 7 คันอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ครับคุณผู้ชมครับ7 คันครับวันนี้ต้องบอกคุณผู้ชมแบบนี้ว่าในส่วนของการแข่งขันครับเป็น perfect race มาหลาย race เหมือนกันนะครับอย่างเช่นในรุ่น underbone 150 cc นี่ไม่ล้มกันเลยนะครับซึ่งปกติถ้าเป็น underbone แบบนี้โอกาสล้มมีเยอะนะครับแล้วก็วันนี้ก็ไม่มีล้มเป็นหมู่คณะคือว่าเป็นเรื่องราวที่ดีครับเพราะว่าทาง Honda เองก็เน้นในเรื่องราวของความปลอดภัยอยู่แล้วนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับนะครับยาวไปแบบนี้อยู่ในช่วงปลายรอบที่5ครับถึงเซกเตอร์เข้าสู่เซกเตอร์ที่3ครับจากโค้ง8มา9ครับยังเป็นโค้งขวาอยู่แล้วก็จะพับกันที่โค้ง10นะครับโค้ง9มาโค้ง10ครับเนี่ยครับโค้ง9พับซ้ายมาพับขวาไป10แล้วพับซ้ายอีกทีที่โค้ง11ลุ้นจริงๆคือจริงๆแล้วแบบจะว่าไปก็เชียร์น้องๆครับนักแข่งไทยของเราให้เหมาโพเดียม1 2 3ครับแต่เหล่าบรรดานักแข่งทั้งต่างชาติเนี่ยโกยุนาคาคาวะแกก็ไม่เบาครับน้องวัย15 ปีก็จริงแต่ผลงานแล้วก็ประสบการณ์เขามีเยอะนะฮะส่วนเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลนี่บอกเลยว่าเขาเป็นขาบูตัวจริงครับไม่ยอมง่ายๆครับและตอนนี้ขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับ2และ3ครับเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาราเซลอินโดนีเซียโกยุนาคาคาวะญี่ปุ่นครับ 2 และ 3 ผู้นำนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศน้องอุ้มจะสามารถยึดพื้นที่ตรงนี้ไว้ได้นานแค่ไหนครับเพราะว่าโดนกดดันมาจากเพื่อนๆด้านหลังครับก่อนถึงโค้ง 3ครับยกมาเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลครับพยายามที่จะเสียบในโค้ง 3มันยังไม่ได้ครับเพราะฉะนั้นต้องรักษาโพซิชันนี้ไว้ให้ดีครับเพราะด้านหลังนี้มากันเป็นพรวนเลยครับถ้าหลุดไปปุ๊บรับรองว่ามีคนรอเสียบอีกเพียบเลยแล้วก็ขึ้นมาจนได้ครับเนี่ยครับแกขับดุจริงครับสำหรับทางฝั่งของเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลวัย15 ปีเท่านั้นนะฮะเหลือการแข่งขันอีก4 รอบสนามช้างอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเซอร์กิตนะครับเอาละครับคุณผู้ชมครับเหลืออีก4 รอบของสนามช้างอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเซอร์กิตครับไม่ถึง4แล้วสิถึงโค้ง12ตรงนี้ฮะแล้วก็ผ่านมาจะเหลือ3 รอบสุดท้ายครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับตามมาด้วยนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศครับโกยุนะคากาวะรวมไปถึงเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลครับแล้วก็ตามมาด้วยธนชาติประทุมทองครับกฤษดาธนโชติอีก1 คนนั้นคือเตชินอินอภัยครับนี่คือ7 คันที่อยู่ในกลุ่มนำครับ7 คันจริงๆฮะโอ้15 รอบนี้แป๊บเดียวครับออกมาโค้ง 3ครับ7 คันนี้คุณผู้ชมต้องแจ้งแบบนี้ครับว่าอะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ครับทั้งหมดทั้งมวลนี้จะไปอยู่ที่โค้ง12ในรอบสุดท้ายดูว่าน้องๆเขาจะแบบตัดสินใจกันยังไงแต่ก็ถือว่าอย่างในเรสนี้ผลงานไม่ดียังมีอีก1 เรสในวันพรุ่งนี้ครับให้แก้ไขกันด้วยสำหรับการแข่งขันในเรสที่2ครับของรายการ Honda Thailand Talent ครับกริดสตาร์ทก็จะใช้ Faster Lap นะครับในเรสไปเป็นจุดตั้งกริดสตาร์ทสมมุติว่าใครเวลาดีสุดในเรสก็ไปอยู่ในกริดสตาร์ทอันดับต้นๆมาไล่มาเรื่อยๆนะครับดูกันครับกับตอนนี้เหลืออยู่3 รอบสนามช้างอินเตอร์เนชั่นแนลเซอร์กิตเข้าสู่เซกเตอร์3เซกเตอร์ที่3แล้วก็ตอนนี้เป็นอินโดนีเซียครับเด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลในขณะที่เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับพยายามที่จะไฟตรงนี้ฮะก่อนถึงโค้ง12ยกมาได้ไหมเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับหมายคิวเข้าได้ครับที่โค้ง12นี่ครับที่ผมบอกคุณผู้ชมครับเพราะว่าในส่วนของโค้ง12เนี่ยถ้าไล่มาจริงๆตั้งแต่เซกเตอร์3ครับหมายคิวเนี่ยหมายเลข4เนี่ยสำหรับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์นี่ทำได้ดีแต่จะมาเสียเนี่ยครับเสียโพซิชันในช่วงที่เป็นทางตรงเยอะๆแบบนี้เพราะฉะนั้นหมายคิวต้องอยู่ในกลุ่มนี้เกาะกลุ่มไว้เรื่อยๆครับเกาะกลุ่มไว้นานๆนะฮะแล้วก็ไปหาจังหวะในโน่นแล้วครับออกจากโค้ง12ไปหาจังหวะช่วงชิงให้ได้ครับเหลืออยู่2 รอบสุดท้ายครับHonda Thailand Talent ครับเรสแรกครับ15 รอบออกจากโค้ง3ไปตอนนี้มี7 คันแล้วครับที่แบทเทิลกันในเรื่องราวของโพเดียมอันดับ1 2 3เกิดได้หมดครับอย่างที่แจ้งไปครับไม่มีกลุ่ม2ไม่มีกลุ่ม B แต่ประการใดทั้งหมดจะเป็นโอเวอร์ออลนั่นคือเพียงแค่3 อันดับบนโพเดียมเท่านั้นครับคุณผู้ชมโอ้ยเชียร์น้องอุ้มกันเยอะมากครับมีเชียร์11กับ17นะครับเตชินคนเชียร์เยอะมากผู้ชม 3.6K ในช่วงเวลานี้ครับกับเรสสุดท้ายของวันครับ Official Support Race ในรายการ Honda Thailand Talent ครับ2 รอบสุดท้ายเป็น2 รอบไม่เต็มรอบแล้วด้วยเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์เด็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลโกยุนะคากาวะนพรุตพงษ์บุญประเวศกฤษดาธนโชติครับเตชินอินอภัยรวมไปถึงธนชาติปทุมทองธนชาติครับขออภัยธนชาติปทุมทอง7 คันนี้ครับลุ้นกันออกจากเนี่ยครับคุณผู้ชมคอยดูนะครับหมายเลข4เนี่ย น้องไมค์คิวทำได้ดีจากเซกเตอร์3ออกมาแล้วก็จะเป็นแบบนี้ครับสามารถทำผลงานได้ยอดเยี่ยมครับออกจากโค้ง12ไปผ่านโพเดียมฟินิชโพเดียมเนี่ยครับจะรับป้าย last lap ครับรอบสุดท้ายของการแข่งขันครับคุณผู้ชมแล้วก็เป็นไมค์คิวแล้วครับขึ้นมาอยู่อันดับที่1สำหรับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ทางตรงยาวๆตรงนี้หลังจากออกจากโค้ง1มา1กิโลเมตรครับความเร็วที่ทำกันไว้นี่กลุ่มนี้มี208 210กิโลเมตรต่อชั่วโมงครับ209มีคนที่วิ่ง205ก็จะมีทางฝั่งของนพรุ่นพงศ์บุญประเวศคนเดียวครับที่เหลือมากันแบบโอ้โหแบบใส่เต็มครับบิดเต็มปลอกครับออกจากโค้ง3ดันเนินขึ้นโค้ง4ครับเร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลครับและนอกจากนั้นยังมีเพื่อนๆที่ตามมารู้เรื่องกันในรอบนี้นะครับคุณผู้ชมมาดีครับไมค์คิวเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์18 ปีครับสำหรับไมค์คิวเอาละครับเอาดีๆครับไมค์คิวเอาดีๆครับเพราะข้างหลังยังมีนักแข่งไทยของเราอยู่อย่างหมายเลข8ครับนพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศนะครับน้องอุ้มแล้วก็ข้างหลังมี2คนทั้งญี่ปุ่นและอินโดนีเซียครับไม่รู้ว่าเขาจะตามมาทันหรือเปล่าอยากได้ยินเพลงชาติไทยครับให้สมชื่อรายการหน่อย Honda Thailand Talent ครับไมค์คิวหมายเลข4ครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับดันคันเร่งมาก่อนถึงโค้ง12ก่อนถึงโค้ง12หนีมาแล้วก็ยกเป็นใครที่เข้าไปแล้วก็แปะอ้าวแล้วก็ลงไป1คันพึบคนที่เข้ามาเป็นโอ้โหหมายเลข18ครับกิตษดาธนโชติครับจบอันดับที่1ครับตามมาด้วยโกยุนาคากาวะอันดับ2ครับและก็เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์มาเป็นอันดับที่3ครับหมายเลข8นะครับที่ล้มไปครับเมื่อสักครู่นี้นพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับคุณผู้ชมโอ้เนี่ยครับสำหรับเจ้าของวินเนอร์โพเดียมครับหมายเลข18ครับกฤษดาธนโชติครับเห็นไหมครับดูเดือดจริงๆครับพอมาถึงโค้ง12แต่ต้องบอกว่าในเรื่องราวของความปลอดภัยครับน้องๆได้รับการดูแลในเรื่องราวของความปลอดภัยดีอยู่แล้วเนี่ยครับเพราะว่ามีแอร์แบ็กด้วยจังหวะนี้หมายเลข8เนี่ยครับเข้าไปในเลสซิ่งไลน์แล้วมันมีอีก1คันมาแปะเนี่ยครับแล้วก็ล้มเองครับเจ้าตัวล้มเองแล้วล้มไปตรงนั้นเฉียวหัวไปนิดนึงแอร์แบ็กทำงานนะฮะดูในมุมนี้ครับคือน้องอุ้มนี่ล้มเองครับเนี่ยครับมันไฮไซด์มาแบบนี้แล้วก็ไม่โดนหัวนะครับโชคดีไปครับโอ้และก็บทสรุปครับ3อันดับบนโพเดียมครับเป็นทางฝั่งของกฤษดาธนโชตินะครับเดี๋ยวมารอดูจากกราฟิกครับ Honda Thailand Talent ครับในเรสแรกนะครับโอเคครับนี่คือบทสรุปนะครับผมของการแข่งขันครับวินเนอร์โพเดียมตกเป็นของกฤษดาธนโชติครับโกยุนาคากาวะอันดับ2ครับเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์เร็กซ่าอัลเมอร์อัลฟาลาเซลธนชัดมาเป็นอันดับ5ครับตามมาด้วยทางฝั่งของเตชินครับแล้วก็มูฮัมหมัดคินดาครับอันดับที่8ต่อเนื่องมาอันดับ9ครับพัชรกรทองกอดทองเขื่อนหลวงขออภัยเงียนตันอันปูครับอันดับที่11ครับ12นี่เป็นทางฝั่งของราชิดครับ13เป็นธนกิจครับ12ธนกิจ13นพรุตพงศ์บุญประเวศครับเงียนวูพุงอันดับที่14ครับแล้วก็พลพัฒน์อ่อนศรีอันดับ15ครับ แล้วก็เดี๋ยวในช่วงนี้นะครับคุณผู้ชมเราจะเข้าสู่ในช่วงของการมอบรางวัลที่ Winner Podium นะครับ Honda Thailand Talent ครับนี่เป็นเรสแรกครับหลังจากทำการแข่งขันผ่านไป15 รอบสนามช้าง International Circuit นะครับก็มีการปรับอันดับกันนิดนึงครับบทสรุปสุดท้ายอันดับที่3นี่เป็นนักแข่งญี่ปุ่นนะครับโกยุนาคากาวะครับอันดับ2นี่เป็นเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับน้องไมคิวแล้วก็เจ้าของ Winner Podium ครับหมายเลข18ครับกฤษดาธนโชติครับน้องไฮเป็ก
Ladies and gentlemen, we will start the podium ceremony for the Honda Thailand Talent Cup Race
ก็สำหรับวันนี้นะฮะน้องๆที่อาจจะพลาดโพเดียมกันไปเดี๋ยวมาลุ้นพรุ่งนี้กันอีก1เลสครับ
In second place, Kiatisak Singapore. And your race winner, Kitsada Tanachon.
นี่ครับ3อันดับบนโพเดียมนะครับผมอันดับที่3ครับสำหรับทางฝั่งของโกยุนาคากาวะครับส่วนอันดับ2เกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์และก็วินเนอร์โพเดียมครับกฤษดาธนโชติครับก็เป็นไทยญี่ปุ่นนะฮะน้องๆครับ ก็เป็นอีกหนึ่งเรสครับที่ได้ยินเสียงเพลงชาติไทยกันครับหลังจากในเรสแรกครับ TVS Asia One Make Race ฮะมาถึงเรสนี้ก็ได้ยินจากน้องๆครับในรายการ Honda Thailand Talent Cup นะครับและในลำดับต่อไปครับผู้บริหารครับคุณอารักษ์พรประภารองประธานกรรมการบริหารบริษัทไทย Honda จำกัดนะครับให้เกียรติมอบถ้วยรางวัลกับอันดับที่3ก่อนนะครับสำหรับโกยุนาคากาวะเจ้าหนูวัย15 ปีจากญี่ปุ่นครับอันดับที่2เป็นเกียรติศักดิ์สิงหพงศ์ครับน้องไมคิววัย18 ปีและเจ้าของวินเนอร์โพเดียมครับกฤษดาธนโชติน้องไฮเป็กครับวัย15 ปีครับแล้วก็จะเป็นการถ่ายภาพร่วมกันนะครับนี่ครับโดยมีคุณอารักษ์พรประภาครับรองประธานกรรมการบริหารบริษัทไทย Honda จำกัดนะครับแล้วก็พร้อมด้วยผู้บริหารครับคุณจุฑามาศอินปิงกันนันครับขึ้นมาด้วยครับมีพี่โต้งครับรวมไปถึงพี่ตุ้มนะฮะนี่ครับแล้วก็โค้ชดรีมสิทธิศักดิ์อ่อนเฉวียงครับพร้อมด้วยทีมงานผู้บริหารครับขึ้นมาถ่ายภาพร่วมกันครับก็ขอแสดงความยินดีด้วยนะครับสำหรับในเรสแรกครับน้องไฮเป็กเพิ่งจะอ่านชื่อเลยนะกฤษดาธนโชติที่ขึ้นบนโพเดียมครับก็ผ่านไปครับสำหรับเรสแรกครับยินดีกับน้องๆทั้ง3อันดับบนโพเดียมด้วยนะครับและขอขอบคุณผู้บริหารนะครับจากไทย Honda ด้วยนะครับขอบคุณคุณอารักษ์พรประภารองประธานกรรมการบริหารบริษัทไทย Honda จำกัดครับรวมไปถึงผู้บริหารทุกท่านที่ให้เกียรติขึ้นถ่ายภาพกับน้องๆนะครับวันพรุ่งนี้ยังมีอีก1เรสครับสำหรับ Honda Thailand Talent ครับให้น้องๆได้มาแก้มือกันนะครับสำหรับวันนี้ขอบพระคุณทุกท่านที่ติดตามรับชมนะครับผมวันพรุ่งนี้เจอกันอีกครั้งหนึ่ง กับ Honda Thailand Talent ครับแล้วก็มาชมการแข่งขันเอเชียโรดเรซซิ่งกันที่สนามช้าง International Circuit ครับวันนี้ผมดีเจก๊อกน้ำลาไปแล้วนะครับผมสวัสดีครับ